Perfect. I think we were waiting on a council member and had some technology issues, but I believe we have one council member on Zoom. Am I correct?
Yes, I believe Councilmember Taylor's on Zoom.
All right, thank you everyone for being here. It is Wednesday, February, my goodness, I can't even see. What does that say, Doug? I can't see my glasses. February 8th. It looks like 2 zeros to me. So good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We are going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, like we always do, but we have some very special guests in the house, and it's Tahoe Expedition Academy, and they're all sitting back here. They're sixth graders. I would love it if all of you would stand up. Why don't you come forward? And Parker and their entire class is going to lead us in the pledge. Why don't you all come up? And Parker, you want to stand at the podium? Okay, do you see the microphone? You can pull it down. There you go.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, I think it's working. And we had the opportunity to meet all of these wonderful future mayors upstairs. But tell them what you want to be when you grow up, Parker.
What I want to be when I grow up is anything really. I could run for president. I could be mayor of Reno. If you just got to set your mind to it, and you can do whatever you want.
That is fantastic. What a great message. You got to set your mind to it, and you can do whatever you want. All right, so at this time, Parker, I'm going to have you lead us in the pledge and all of your friends from the academy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, in one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job, great job. Just really quickly, I know that you guys wanted to get a picture. Jenica, I don't know, would that be okay? If we just have you guys, why don't you come up here really quick? And we will have the council sort of squeeze in here. And we'll get a picture so you can get on your way.
All right, I think squeeze that in a little bit. Yeah. All right. 1, 2, 3. Awesome.
Okay, moving right along, I am going to send it over for a wonderful presentation from Chief Cochran. Where are you? There you are. Come on up. We have some very special recognition in the house.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, council members, and Manager Thornley. I want to take a couple minutes to recognize some extraordinary work done by the fire department recently. You know how proud I am of all the men and women of the department, and I do think they do extraordinary things every day, but there was one incident in particular that stood out, happened back in December, so I'm going to read a little summary of what happened. On Thursday, December 8, 2022, at 9:08, Engine 9 was dispatched to a report of a syncopal episode, basically a fainting episode, of a male victim with no further information in the initial dispatch. Upon arrival at 9:15, the Engine 9 crew was waved in by co-workers of the downed individual. The co-workers indicated that the individual was down a manhole in a below-grade sewer. The Engine 9 crew quickly located the victim lying at the bottom of the sewer where he was unresponsive. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Captain William Gentry quickly upgraded the alarm to a confined space rescue, requesting an immediate response by the Reno Fire Department Technical Rescue Team. Rather than waiting for the tech team to arrive, the Engine 9 crew made a quick plan to attempt a rescue of the altered patient. Firefighters Jesse French and Brian Zabel donned their full turnout gear and SCBAs. At 9:21 a.m., paramedic French entered the manhole while firefighter Zabel maneuvered the SCBA to allow firefighter French to breathe safely while tending to the patient. At approximately 9:27, firefighter French quickly assessed the patient while securing ropes around the victim, allowing Captain Gentry, operator Tom Glover, and 3 of the patient's coworkers to safely lift the patient to ground level. Once on the street level, the Engine 9 crew rendered advanced life-saving efforts while waiting for a REMS unit to arrive on scene. At approximately 9:35, REMS staff arrived on scene, and the Engine 9 crew quickly loaded the patient for transport. The patient was transported to Reno Hospital. Paramedic firefighters French and Zabel accompanied the patient in the ambulance in order to provide the best continued care for the patient. Once at Reno, firefighters French and Zabel transferred care to the emergency department staff for further life-saving measures. It was reported the patient was admitted into the ICU, but by the following afternoon, he had shown marked improvement and was conscious and actually walking around. There's no question that the patient's life was saved due to the decisive and rapid decision-making by Captain Gentry and his crew. For these reasons, they've been recommended for the Medal of Life-Saving Award, and that's what we're here today to do, is to present them with this award. So if I could recognize firefighter Zabel, operator Tom Glover, firefighter French, and Captain William Gentry.
Wow, congratulations. Chief, I love to hear these stories because oftentimes I know you guys are so busy working that we don't get to see and hear about all the life-saving that you do in the community. I hope you are tremendously proud. I know you make us proud. Do you have family in the house? Where's Mom? Mom, right here? Stand up, wave. Are you proud? Is that your dad? It is? Yeah, he's pretty amazing, huh?
If I could editorialize a little, because I'm much better at doing that than reading.
Yeah, go right ahead.
So the thing that I love about what they did, and my staff and I have been talking about it, because we tell new captains, or people who are attempting to promote to captain, you are getting paid to make a decision. We are men and women of action. You need to take action. The best thing you can do is the right thing. The worst thing you can, or second best is the wrong thing. The worst thing you can do is nothing. This crew did the thing. They recognized the situation that needed immediate action. Normally, we would wait for the tech team to arrive, do all the things that we do. Instead, they got down there, recognized that this patient needed to be rescued now. They took the action they needed, and they saved his life, literally.
Wow.
So,
What a great advice. Worst thing you can do is nothing. That's great advice. Worst thing you can do is nothing. So,
I'm gonna bring them
would
up
you like
one by
to
one.
speak?
So-
Is there anything you'd want to say? Speech. Nothing? Come on. He's getting all red. I love it. Come on.
I have nothing prepared, of course.
No, that's all right. You did.
Thanks for giving me a job. It was a fun interview. Yeah, I've been in the life-saving business, I guess, for about 16 years. And I think that any one of my guys back here would have done the same thing. It was a quick decision. I came to a hole and I see some guy down there 15 feet having convulsions, unconscious, and
How scary.
we just did what we did to get him out of there. It was a little bit risky. It was, but the risk was worth this guy's life.
Wow.
We could just tell that he was like just one of us.
Yeah. Right.
He could have been a dad. Could have been anybody.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
Yeah.
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 Huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like I said, we've been in the biz.
Yeah.
I honestly, I didn't think that we were going to get any awards or anything. It's
Well,
like we do these kinds
did.
of things
All the time.
fairly often. Not all the time. This was a interesting one for sure. But especially since we thought we were just going to someone who fainted.
Yeah. Right.
And then we come to a very serious situation. But thanks, Captain, for letting us, do.
You guys are all so humble.
What we
I
feel like
love
we
that.
could have done. If we didn't think we could have done it, we wouldn't have. But we went for it. And,
Yeah. Well, we are very, very grateful. We love our Reno firefighters, and I'm one of those very competitive mayors that I think we have the best firefighting department in the country.
I agree, Mayor. Thank you.
Right. So we want to show you our gratitude and so incredibly thankful for all of you guys. Like you said, you come across incredibly difficult dire situations every single day. And, obviously I have a personal love for the Reno Fire Department on so many levels. So thank you so very much. Do you want to say something?
Would love to.
Oh, good. He's like, yeah, I'll do it. Great.
Good morning and thank you. Like Jesse said, this was an extraordinary call, but it falls within the scope of calls we do all the time. But all of our calls are not dramatic like that, and we often don't come in front of city council after the average call. The rub with these men and women that I work with is that we go to 49,600 calls last year. Okay, so there's a lot of chaff in there, right? And so the grains and the kernels of goodness and the things that happen that are really remarkable are all interspersed in there. We don't get to pick and choose. We don't even know en route to the call often. It wasn't until I stepped onto the ground and asked the guy, where is this unconscious man? Then he just pointed into the hole. And then that's when it starts, right? And so we don't know. So the reason I'm so proud to be a Reno firefighter, I started here with Chief Cochran, Chief Mooney, and Chief Jensen. We all started the same day, April of 1998.
Wow.
And the reason I am so proud of the people that I work with is not just for what we do, but what we're prepared to do. And the selection process to get into this fire department is among the highest in Northern Nevada, let's say. Is a very reputable department, and this is exactly why. It's not because we do awesome things when we're called upon, it's because we do humble things when it's 3 a.m, it's snowing outside, and somebody's frozen to the ground and needs help. It's because these people are willing to do that in those circumstances when nobody's watching, nobody will find out, and we do the right thing, hoping that the door will open one day so we can do an extraordinary thing. And that's all I have to say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That is tremendous. We love it.
I'm just going to call them up one by one so they can receive their award. I think I have-
Chief Cochran, if you would, with
Yes.
the mayor's indulgence. I'm going to take the opportunity to embarrass a friend of mine, Brian Zabel, who I've known for probably 15 years or so now, but he is one of the newer members of Reno Fire because he came to us as a lateral through Tahoe Douglas Fire. So what I thought was very telling about the comments you made was that this is somewhere where people want to come to be. And Brian is the best of the best. And so where did he want to be? He wanted to be with the best. And so it's really an honor for me to sit on this side and look down on this audience and see the support and love and just know that I thank you all for your heroic service that day, of course. And of course, now I can harass Brian unmercifully for embarrassing him today. But again, you're building and doing something special as an organization, and you call, when the call comes, you act. And so thank you to each of you, but especially certainly Brian, thank you. Appreciate you.
Yeah. I love it.
Thank you for recognizing that, Councilman. I was going to point out that exact thing. Brian's only been with us for a couple months,
Wow. And you're from
but he's here making a difference.
Tahoe? Is it? Yeah. Good. We love to steal good guys.
So this call was Brian's first call on his first day with Reno.
Hello, welcome to welcome to Reno. Wow. Was that a little surprising? It was. So you just jumped right in. Literally. Incredible. So you have medals of accommodation.
I do. So, Brian, if you would come up, we'll start with you. I need one of these. Congratulations, sir. Thank you. We have a medal and a certificate. Jesse French, please step forward. There you are, sir. Congratulations. Operator Tom Glover, please step forward. There you are, sir. I have to say a quick word about Tom. We're talking about Jesse and Brian and Bill, of course, I got hired with. Tom's an amazing contributor, member of the military. He's served our country, he's served this department. He is a leader of our SCBA program, the self-contained breathing apparatus that we always wear. It's people like this whole crew, but they all contribute in different ways, so I really appreciate all of them. And then finally, Captain Bill Gentry. Thank you very much for allowing us to take the time this morning and appreciate all your support.
And Chief Cochran, like I said, we absolutely love this, and it's really important to recognize the incredible work you guys do and the life-saving work you do every single day. And like, to your point, a lot of people don't see it. And whenever it's your family in need or your house on fire, we are so grateful that we have the best of the best. And you make us all so proud, so proud. So, and before you leave, there is one person I want to call out. He'll probably hate me for it. But to do this job, you need incredible training, absolute incredible training. And so I think we have a wonderful team that does that. But there's someone in particular, he's standing in the back. It's Jesse Rowan over there. So give him a big round of applause. Jesse, thank you. Thank you for keeping our team safe and all the training that you do, because that is so incredibly critical, and we forget to recognize those that sort of get us to that place. But Jesse, we couldn't do it without you, so thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
And for those in the audience, Jesse has led, I think, the last 7 academies? 8 academies.
8
of our
academies,
firefighters.
okay.
So yes, he's played a huge role in training people like Jesse and Brian to do what they do here at the
Yeah.
Reno Fire Department.
All right,
So-
I love it. Do you have a little fun in there too? Okay, good. Great. All right, thank you so
Thank you.
much. Congratulations. Give them one more round of applause. Thank you to the family and the family. You guys let them do this job. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I love that. Okay, Madam Clerk, where'd you go? Oh,
Should we move forward
Mr.
to roll
Clerk,
call?
I am, yes, go ahead with that, and then with what, we're gonna start off with a certain public comment. So
Sounds good.
let's get the meeting moving so you can get it on record.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
You're welcome. This is roll call for February 8th, Reno City Council meeting. Council Member Breckus?
Here.
Dewar?
Here.
Martinez?
Here.
Ebert?
Here.
Taylor?
Here.
Reese? And Mayor Shivi.
All right, here.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, thank you so much. So we are going to go into public comment. We have a very, very special proclamation that I'm very excited about. Let's see. Larissa, where are you? Hi, come on up. I am so excited to see. I want you to tell everyone what you've been doing. This is an incredible initiative. And I want to learn how everyone can get involved. But we have a very special proclamation for a wonderful gentleman who's here. I want all of you to get up and join Larissa. Hello. And you're Rodney? Nice to meet you. I saw the video. I was so incredibly impressed. I wish, I was going to say, I wish every community had a Rodney, but guess what? With what you're doing, we're all fortunate with all these young kids that you're bringing up and making an impact. I love, love, love what you do. I think we have the video. I do want to show the audience this because I think it's incredibly important and so inspirational, Rodney. And we have a very special proclamation. I think it was maybe your mom that reached out?
Yes.
And I had never heard of this. Are you Mom? Hi, Mom. So I think, do you guys have the video? All right, let's roll it.
Reno boys are joining a nationwide challenge to cut 50 lawns for free. News 4's Leanna Falk is in Reno, where a lot of folks are already taking them up on their offer.
For brothers Derek and Dominic Clayton, a traditional summer vacation just wasn't cutting it. Instead, they're focusing their time and attention on giving back to the community and bonding with each other. Dominic and Derek Clayton are on a mission. Cut 50 lawns free of charge for veterans, the elderly, single parents, or people with disabilities.
We can try helping them as much as possible.
The two brothers, with the help of their father, are joining the Raising Men and Women Lawn Care Services 50-yard challenge.
We're going to have to do a lot, and it's going to be fun this summer. There's also 50 lawns to do, so that's kind of scary.
The boys' mom, Andy, heard about the challenge on Instagram, and to her surprise,
I asked them, and they say yes.
if they complete the challenge, they win a new lawnmower and leaf blower for the family. The boys say this isn't about the prizes. It's a great opportunity to give back to their community. And even better,
Dominic and I thought it would be a better opportunity for us to build a better bond.
The Claytons have a long summer ahead of them. Until then, 1 down, 49 to go. If you're interested in having your lawn cut for free by the Clayton brothers, their mother Andy said you should reach out to her via Facebook. The link to her account is on our website, mynews4.com. In Reno, I'm Leanna Falk, News 4 on your side.
So, Rodney, I'd love it if you would talk a little bit about, before we have the rest of the proclamation, talk about why you started this, and then also, I want everyone to know, you also did it with snow removal, am I right?
Yeah.
And you guys were really busy with all the little storms we've been having, right? Little but big, right? We are so incredibly proud on every level, but I want you to talk about why you did this and how inspirational this program has been for so many.
Yeah, so back in 2015, I was in college at the time, getting my bachelor's degree in computer science, and I was leaving school one day, and I came across an elderly man outside mowing his lawn. It looked like he was struggling, so I done what anyone would do. I pulled over and helped him out, and that one small act of kindness would end up changing my life forever. That night, I decided I'll go on Facebook and make a post saying, I'm gonna mow free lawns. And at first, my goal was to mow 40 lawns by the end of winter, because at the time I was getting my bachelor's, so I thought I could mow 40 lawns in between classes. But I mowed 40 lawns so quick that I upped my goal to 100. A month and a half later, I reached my 100th lawn, and then that's when the idea of raising men and now raising women's lawn care service came about, where I'll still mow free lawns for the elderly, disabled, single parents, and veterans. But now I'll also include kids ages 7 to 17 and show them the importance of giving back to their community. And that's when we came up with the idea of the 50-yard challenge. The 50-yard challenge is for boys and girls across this country and even worldwide to mow 50 free lawns in their community for the elderly, disabled, single parents, and veterans. Raking leaves and snow shoveling is also included. So let's say kids accepted this challenge. They make a sign saying, I accept the 50-yard challenge. And in return, we send them a white Raising Men or Raising Women's t-shirt along with safety glasses and ear protection. Every 10 lawns they mow, they get an orange shirt, so like the karate system. Once they mow 20, they got a green, 30 a blue, 40 a red, and once they mow 50, they earn their black t-shirts, like these young ladies are wearing here. And then once they mow 50, I drive to wherever they are in the United States or fly up to international, and I give them a brand new mower, weed eater, and blower for completing the 50-yard challenge. And just recently, 3 sisters in Reno completed the 50-yard challenge, and that's why I'm here. So on Monday, I presented them their mowers, weed eaters, and blowers, and a snow blower because it snows out here. Yeah.
Wow, that is absolutely incredible.
Yes, ma'am.
And I mean, you're just working with kids all over the country.
Yeah. So it's 4,000. Right now, it's 4,300 and something kids across the country that are taking part, and we have at least one kid in each state. Texas has the most kids, and then we have kids in 8 other different countries.
Wow, that is fantastic. I have 13 children.
Yeah, sign them up.
You guys, we got to sign you up for the 50-yard challenge. They're like, oh. And then my incredible seniors over here that do this work, they are so appreciative because, like you said, it's for a lot of seniors,
Yes.
our veterans,
Of course.
single moms.
Yep.
You know, so we are so grateful and so proud. So guess what? We have a proclamation for you. We
Okay.
would love for you to read it, Larissa.
Oh, this is scary. Okay.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I have to
Take
read
your
this
time.
part?
Yes. Okay, so let me just tell you.
Yeah,
You don't have to read all those.
Okay.
So we'll cut those out. When you get to the part where it says, I, Hillary Sheep,
Yes. I'll let you
you're
do
going to
that
go,
part.
oh, that doesn't look like me. So you can just say, I, Larissa, and then you can say Hillary Sheeby.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh, no.
No, you got it. You've got it. You got this. You got this. You're going to be great. You're going to be great. No,
Okay.
no worries.
Okay.
Okay, take your time.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Rodney Smith Jr. began the Raising Men and Women's Lawn Care Service 50-yard challenge to encourage children to help their neighbors with yard work, especially those who may be elderly, disabled, single parents, or veterans. And this organization has encouraged young community members to engage in mowing lawns, shoveling snow, and raking leaves to make their local areas cleaner and more safe. And there are 4,353 children taking part in this challenge across 50 states and 8 countries, with over 21,000 lawns being serviced and 250,000 supporters of this cause worldwide. And when a young man or woman completes this challenge, Rodney Smith Jr. travels to them and personally offers his congratulations. Children who complete the challenge are then given their own lawnmower, weed eater, and leaf blower. And the city of Reno extends their personal thanks to Rodney Smith Jr. for his encouragement of young men and women to commit themselves to community service and selflessness. That's it.
And so, go ahead.
I, Larissa Gordon.
Yes, you say
Yes.
your name. Cut
Okay.
my name out.
I, Larissa Gordon.
Yeah.
I'm not the mayor.
That's right.
The city of Reno, Nevada, do hereby declare Wednesday, February 8th, 2023 as Rodney Smith Jr. Day.
Rodney Smith Jr. Day in the city of Reno. My friend, thank you so much. Do you have a sponsor that does this?
No, so just regular people around the United States that donate to our Amazon wish list. We have lawnmowers, weed eaters, and blowers. People purchase them, and then we give them to kids, and just regular people.
Okay, so you have an Amazon wish list. How
Yes,
can
ma'am.
we get in touch with you
So
if
when
someone wants to participate, like these 30
Yeah, so if you
back
want to
here?
sign up, you can go on our website at weareRaisingMen or weareRaisingMenandWomen.com, and you can sign up on the 50-yard challenge page.
Wow. And you don't have a corporate sponsor?
No, just regular people that support the organization.
Well, I will connect with you so we can get you involved in the United States Conference of Mayors, because
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think every mayor across the country should have a program like this.
Thank you.
So thank you so very much. We're so
Yes.
proud of you guys.
Okay.
All right, we've got a lot of snow outside City Hall, so I guess you'll be busy for a few hours.
Yes.
All right, let's get a quick picture. Mom, are you proud? All right, yeah, let's come over here really quick and we'll have the council stand in. Cool. Okay, go ahead and come up here with the gloves. There you go.
Larissa, you should give him the proclamation.
Okay, yeah, you hold on to it. Open it so that you can see it. There you go. All right, this is AJ, so it's kind of like your we'll start with AJ here, because otherwise it looks weird for you. So let's go here. 1, 2, 3. Me. Makes me taller. Okay, right here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Mom. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. All right. 1, 2, 3. I should get down here.
What do you want us to do?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
like a fun photo.
Sure,
like
you
you
bet.
actually are having fun. Okay, okay, good. What do we do? What's next?
I don't know.
I don't know why we're pointing at you, but we decided to point at you. All right, this is actually your job. So I look forward to working with you. I'm really, really impressed. Thank you, thank you.
While we're waiting for Madam Mayor to get back to her seat, we're going to open item A3. This is general public comment. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that the council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. If you are an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. And lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there is disruptive behavior, and you will be asked to leave chambers if the behavior continues. Our first public comment today is Jerry Mifsud, followed by Terry Brooks.
Hello, good morning.
Mayor Hillary Louise Cheevy, how are you today?
I'm good. I didn't know you were a Niners fan. I love it.
I'm mourning the loss by my 49ers. We ran out of quarterbacks. For the record, my name is Jerry the Pizza Man Mifsud. I am.
Can I have you speak into the mic, Jerry?
Oh, yeah, Jerry, if you can just grab the mic.
I'm 77. What do you expect? I'm the founder and the CEO of ASAP, a nonprofit, unofficial group of seniors. ASAP is an acronym for A Senior Area Project. But before I talk, I met these group of kids and their teacher from the Tahoe Expedition Academy. You did too this morning. We've been following you, Mayor Sheevy. not by your car, but
Thank you.
these amazing kids are all sitting back here in the back. I'd like for us just to take a moment to recognize the future. I told these kids what my grandpa used to tell me. He called me the gift. And I say, Grandpa, where's the gift? He goes, it's on the inside of you. And you will slowly open up that gift for your entire life. It'll never be completely open because the discoveries that we have on the inside are so important. Kids and seniors have something in common. We're both national treasures. We're both valuable and vulnerable. That's why I'm working on all these different initiatives in the area that I live in, because we have 1,400 school kids and we have about 900 seniors, independent living seniors, that Councilman Martinez, I'm going to put him on the spot, have agreed to meet with me, just like I did with Oscar, the very first time I met Oscar Delgado. And we looked over the master plan that us seniors put together. Besides that party, which I still want to pull off, it's just going to take a little work, a few bucks, and my persistence and tenacious, kind attitude. I turned over a leaf, Mayor Sheevy. I want you to know that. But it has three sides, so you better watch out. I have a lot of concerns for my area where I live in, for my fellow seniors. Speeding cars, Teglia Park. You promised me a dog run. I would like to have that dog run in there. We got meth dealers, all over the place. I busted 3 of them, and I'm willing to stick my neck out. I can't do this without your cooperation and collaboration. We've worked together before. I believe in the future. I believe in you, Mayor Sheevy. And I want to say thank you very much for your patience and tolerance of Jerry, the pizza man.
Thank you,
Anyway,
Jerry.
have a
Thank you
good
so
day.
much. Just to let the kids know for context, Jerry's done some incredible work, and he is a huge advocate for sort of slowing down cars and making sure where he lives is very safe. And he is the brainchild behind senior crossing signs, worked with the city to get those implemented, and so he's doing some really good work. So thank you.
I
just
worked
want
with-
the kids to know.
I worked with you.
Yeah.
You finally said at that meeting, let's just give Jerry that sign. Well, it was for my fellow seniors. We look up to that sign with a great deal of dignity and pride. That means a lot to seniors.
Thank you so
Thanks a
much,
lot for your
Jerry.
time, Mayor Sheevy.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Next, we have Terry Brooks, followed by Mark Newman.
We've got Terry. So glad you're here, and the kids get to hear. I think we're in chapter 1, correct?
No, this is the introduction.
Oh, this is the introduction.
Yeah.
Okay, introduction, and then just so you know, we have books getting printed. So we're excited.
So you found my book in your office? And
Yes, we did. I didn't realize they were handwritten, so we have to have someone, they have to, subscribe, what do you call it? Yeah, typeset or something. But we're on it. So thank you to Jenica. I don't know where she is, but she is all over it, and we're excited to have the book come to fruition. So go ahead, take it away.
I'd like to add, I call that translating into modern technology.
I love
when
it.
somebody takes my sloppy handwriting and does that.
Well, guess what? I am the same way.
Okay, good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again. And I come here with an obligation to start sharing some of my thoughts on the subject of discrimination. A lot of people discriminate against others just because of their race. They think they can build themselves up by putting others in a lower place. A lot of people discriminate against others because of their gender, but by doing so, they're putting themselves in a position of an offender. A lot of people discriminate against others because of their age. That is a really dumb old form of discrimination in which to engage. A lot of people discriminate against others because of a disability. That form of discrimination also has full unacceptability. A lot of people discriminate against others because of their culture. That form of discrimination might be a form of counterculture. A lot of people discriminate against others because of their so-called class. That is just another excuse to try to get to harass. A lot of people discriminate against others because they want to oppress anyone who is not like them, even the poor and the homeless. Many people are discriminated against in a lot of ways, and discrimination in housing is just one of those many ways. People have been discriminated against when it comes to education, and have been discriminated against when it comes to occupation. Discrimination even occurs in the field of health, and discrimination occurs when there is a lack of wealth. Discrimination is often a subject of politics and is a major factor in the field of economics. I'm looking into discrimination and the victims of in all the subjects and fields that I have just mentioned above. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back when I have a lot more to say.
Thank you. That's fantastic. I love it.
Thank you very
Love
much.
it, love it. Great. That's great, Terry.
Next, we have Mark Newman, followed by Gordon Gossage.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Council. For the record, my name is Mark Newman. I'm on the Washoe County Senior Services Citizens Advisory Board for District 3. And today I'd like to speak on a couple little things. All of you up here one day are going to be seniors. So when you make your decisions on the money that's coming up on today, think about not only today, but think about for you and your family in the future. You have a board that advises you on what the seniors need. You need to listen to your board when because they're the ones that are out there and they hear from everybody all the time. And they need to, when they refer stuff to you, you should listen to what they have to say. You guys have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Gordon Gossage, followed by Wolfgang Welch with Jessica Lupo.
Good morning. I'm Gordon Gossage with Regenesis Reno. And I have to tell you, in the past 6 months, we've seen a demonstration of Econ 101. And what that is we've seen the supply and demand of housing shift. And because of that, our housing prices have gone down by 15%. And finally, our rent has remained about the same. It's gone down a little bit, but remained about the same. Now, why is this with Econ 101? It's simple, okay? Demand went down, and supply was roughly the same. Supply was still slow in increasing, but demand went down, and it wasn't for a good reason. It's because of the increase in interest rates. The good news is that we proved supply and demand is not an opinion. Supply and demand is a fact. It's science. And this morning, I'm really asking you to do one thing. I want you to become heroes. And not just you guys, but in Washoe County, there are only 18 elected leaders. 18 of you. And there are 500,000 people who live in Washoe County. So I would like all 18 of you to be heroes, because when you go to the Council of Mayors, or you, after you term out, you can tell your grandchildren, this is when you're seniors, you can tell your grandchildren that you did more to increase the supply of housing than any other metro area in the United States. So I ask you, you need to help all of the community increase the number of number of homes that are built every year above 6,000. That's the number. That's your goal. We have to build new housing over 6,000 homes. And we need you to support the increase of the supply in housing in all neighborhoods. We need you to increase the supply of housing of all types, single families, two families, multi-families, thousands of units, one unit at a time. We also need you to increase housing for all income levels. If we increase housing for all income levels, the supply goes up, the prices will come down. And that's the prices for selling and for rent. We need you to do whatever you can to increase housing supply. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gordon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a reminder, please hold our applause till the end of the item. And next,
No, I like
I'm
it
so-
after.
Okay. Next, we have
Otherwise,
Wolfgang.
it's too stale in the room.
Okay.
No booze, just only claps.
Next, we have Wolfgang Welch with Jessica Lupo.
Hi, Wolfgang.
Hi, how are you guys?
Hi, Jessica.
I'm Wolfgang, this is Jessica. We actually just took over the lease for a building downtown, 219 West 2nd Street. I don't know if you guys are familiar with where this building is. I'm sure if you look up, you could probably find some stuff about it. It does have quite a bit of a reputation. When we took it over, we had a few goals that we wanted to do. Obviously, as owners of a business, I want to make a ton of money. But more importantly, with the direction that Reno is growing, we want to be a part of that direction in a very positive way, creating an environment and creating a space that people can enjoy that's a little more upclass than some of the places that are currently in the area, so that we can have fun, be safe, but also be really proud of it as well. I know you talked a lot about the direction of downtown and the things that you want down there, and we want to be a part of that. We want to be a part of that direction moving forward. I think downtown Reno has a wide breadth of potential, and sort of that was always our goal, especially not being from here. I'm from San Francisco originally. I came out here. I've been out here a lot when I was a child, and when I came out here as an adult, realizing sort of how much it's grown and how the direction it can grow even further. I'm excited for it and everything.
Good. All right, so now you are a Reno resident.
I am a Reno resident.
Okay.
Hello, Madam Mayor. My name is Jessica. I'm a born and raised Reno girl. Go Wolfpack.
Yeah, good, love it.
So I have been in the industry for 10 years. I started off as a waitress from 16 up until now. And I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I know exactly what Reno needs when it comes to a great tourist spot, a great location for residents that have been here forever, as well as a safe space for women to come and have a place where we can drink, and feel safe. So the main thing that I made very clear to Wolf before we became business partners was that I wanted a space where the security is very, very, on top of it, and where us girls and guys don't feel like we have to be worried about our drink or our bags, purses, and everything. So we've implemented a lot of things in our club, and we would love for you guys to actually come down and take a look at this space. Even though we're not open, we're in construction right now, but we're making moves to urbanize that spot where the Arlington Towers, all of those places have a really nice, gorgeous place to go and have a nice cocktail, maybe move towards a little bit of food. But it's just something that we want to move towards to have, Reno be proud. I've worked really hard in promotion. I'm very good at social media. I have people all around the country, all around the world, wanting to come just to Reno, just to see our club. So I think that'd be really great as a tourist location as well.
Okay, thank you so
Yes.
much.
We just wanted to talk to you guys and just introduce
Hey, it's
ourselves, 'cause
us.
we're not. We know our application's under review right now.
Yeah.
So we're going to be coming up very soon. We do.
We
know
really
that.
appreciate that
Thank
because
you.
we are revitalizing downtown. We are changing it dramatically.
Yes.
These guys know, honestly, we're cleaning it up, and we want it to be
Clean.
and we want it to be a safe place for people. So we thank you for your investment and your energy, and so we hope you're part of that vision. Thank you. So thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much.
Really appreciate you guys coming.
Next, we have Philip Moore, followed by Donna Klotz.
Good morning. My name is Philip Moore, and my personal pronouns are he, him, and his. And for the record, my name is spelled with one L. Thank you. What's your name? Philip Moore. Philip Moore. And I'm here as a private citizen today. Thank you. I always like to start out with thanking you all for your service to our community. It is no small task that we put before you today. I came to this area in 2000 because of the easy access to the outdoors, the clean air, and the moderate temperatures. The decisions that we have made since then, and will make today and will make going forward, risk each one of those. I'm here today to ask the City Council what plans you have to take based on the 2022 progress update for the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan. The report dated January 23rd of this year indicates we are off track for our greenhouse gas emission reductions for 2025. Let me take you back briefly to the 2015 Paris Agreement that states that its goal is to limit global warming to well below 2, preferably 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. To achieve this long-term temperature goal, countries aim to reach global peaking of greenhouse gases emissions as soon as possible to achieve a climate-neutral world by mid-century. I recognize the many actions that we have taken to become a more sustainable city, notably the passing in 2019 of our Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, which primary goal was to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 28% by 2025, 40% by 2030, and 80% by 2050. We've been recognized in a number of ways for that work, including in 2021, the United States Conference of Mayors. The Mayor's Climate Protection Center gave us an honorable mention for our work with real-time emissions and energy tracking. Well, that real-time emissions tracking shows us off track with our own goal for 2025. I ask, what is the plan to get us back on track for 2025 and for the even steeper goal for 2030? Please, for the sake of our community, our natural systems, determine the steps that we need to take to get back on track with that plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, and I don't feel like enough people come to council and talk about climate change and how important it is and how we stay on track with our goals. Really appreciate it. We welcome you anytime. And I think you raise a good point, so I'm going to make sure that we have Suzanne come and give us a report. Where are you, Suzanne? She's amazing over there. And we'll talk about how we're going to stay on track, and we'll just, I mean, she's incredible. So we are going to make it. I'm very competitive. I don't like to lose. So we are going to make that goal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for doing that.
And please listen very carefully, my friend Donna Klotz.
Of course. My friend too. Go ahead. Hi, Donna. Donna needs no introduction. You don't even need the clerk to call you out.
I'm here a lot.
You're that famous.
And if we could have the overhead just for the thing. I'm Donna Klotz. I live in Reno. I'm here on behalf of a lot of our senior issues right now, and I'll be back when we get to one of the items on your agenda later on. I think it's interesting that Philip's here, and he and I have worked on many things together in the past, that age-friendly activities is part of your sustainability plan. It was recommended that we do this because it involves all kinds of things to make our community better, from our highways to our parks to our social activities for all of our community and so on. So I need to read the update and see what it is and see how we can help as the seniors that are working on our age-friendly plan. So I've got a flyer that I wanted to let the community know about and also update the council. I've been here before. We've done 3 of these resource fairs in partnership with our libraries. And we've had over 150 seniors show up at the fairs at the libraries. We've packed the community rooms to the max, but we've given folks a chance to ask questions, talk directly to, say, RTC or a healthcare plan provider or the library staff, and our seniors have learned a lot about ways they can connect up better with the things that they need. So our next our next one is actually next Monday at Northwest Library, February 13th, and then our next two will be at South Valley's branch. So we're trying to cover the whole community. We will be in March and April in the south part of the county, and we will be in North Valley's libraries for the next 2 months, May and June, for Older Americans Month, which is in May. So we'll be back to talk to you about that. I'm also a proud participant in the Reno Senior Games this
look
year.
at you
And this is
go.
what the medal looks like. This thing could really hurt you if you dropped it on your foot or something. Anyway, they're still going on, and I want to invite you all. I know we could work it out if you'd like to come to the closing ceremonies, which is a terrific dance, Valentine's Day dance at the Pepper Mill and dinner. So please come join the seniors that are part of this.
Is that Valentine's Day?
It's Valentine's Day. It's 5 to 8 at the Pepper Mill, and you can check in with the Rec and Parks Department and find out more about it and get a ticket. Anyway, I played basketball skills, shuffleboard, and beanbag baseball, and we have our winning Misfits, Washoe County Misfits beanbag baseball, partnership. Right here, sitting in the room
You're
with
the
us.
champion?
So we got the big trophy again. So anyway, last thing is I've got a few seconds on the D2 item that's coming up about the ARPA funds. I'm going to say one thing now and then more later. You as the council put aside the $1 million of ARPA funding last year and told us that you wanted to hear from the senior community on how that money is going to be spent. Seniors tried, our senior advisory board tried to give a lot more input, and they didn't get a chance to do that. The staff report that you have today was written by the staff, and it wasn't presented, all of the things on it were not presented to the committee nor to the senior community, and we really want to weigh in on that. So I'll tell you more later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Donna, and that's really critical that you guys are all into that. We want to make sure that the seniors are actually spending it. Thank you.
Next, we have Pam Roberts, followed by Kaylin Evans.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Pam Roberts. I'm a senior residing in Washoe County. I have been reviewing agenda item D2, and I have some concerns about what Donna just mentioned, just the failure to adequately solicit feedback from seniors and senior advocates regarding the proposed programs, and specifically the new position, which is what I'd like to address. The $240,000 for a, quote, senior citizen program coordinator, which is about $1/4 of the $1 million that you have assigned to senior programming. And by the way, thank you for doing that. But based upon my experience as an educator, former prosecutor, former point person for Frankie Sudel Papa, when we did her elder abuse action plan, as a former chair of Nevada Women's Lobby and current vice chair of Washoe County Senior Advisory Board, this person that has to do the things, and you have the memo, look at the items that are listed for that person. That person would have to be a superhero to do all the things that are in there. I don't care whether you pay him $240,000 or $100,000, one person cannot do that job. This person would have to hit the ground running. This person would have to be able to communicate, cooperate, and collaborate with RTC, city managers, senior advisory committee, other senior advisory boards, Washoe County Senior Services, Senior Coalition, Ames Friendly Group, and Reno Fire Department, Reno Police Department. All of these agencies and organizations have connections to seniors, and they need to be involved. When we put together the Elder Abuse Action Plan back when I worked at the Attorney General's office, Frankie Sue had all the stakeholders come to a round table meeting. She had a big room, and we all sat around the room, and everybody had a chance to identify a problem and a solution. When we're talking about spending this kind of money for seniors, you need to have input from the stakeholders, all of these different groups that I just mentioned, and the seniors themselves. This superhero needs to recognize that many seniors, especially isolated seniors, and that's the priority that this council has made, are not tech savvy. They don't have access to transportation. They may not have internet. And we are very fortunate to have many superheroes right here in Reno Sparks. We have Connie McMullen, we have Donna Clounce, we have Dr. Harry Weiss, we have Andrea Pelto, we have Marcy Cooper Smith, and many others. And we need to reach out to these people. They may not be able to do that job, but I'm telling you, they can give a lot of advice and help get those people ready. I know also as a former government employee, sometimes you already have somebody in mind. I'm telling you, I doubt there's one person that works for the city of Reno, and I know there's some great people that can do all this. You need to reach out, and I'm willing to help. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Just so everyone knows, we were going to hear a presentation today on the ARPA money, so we're excited to hear that, but I think it's really important that we have your input before we do any of that, but I also want to remind the public, when you say 240,000, that's over years, right? And so I don't want people to think that this pays $240,000 a year. It's not like that. So I appreciate that you brought it up, because we need other people that are, helping. I want it dedicated seniors, not a, broad program. It's got to be dedicated for seniors. So thank you so much. But I did want to point that out, because then people are like, wow, those jobs, pay a lot of money, and, the government's being irresponsible. And so I want to just make sure everyone knows that that is to go over a certain period of time. But I don't know, we're going to see the presentation. We don't have anyone in mind. So I want all of you to apply or get involved in any way that you want to. So, okay, go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. Next we have Kaylin Evans, followed by Opinder Dillon.
Hi, my name is Kaylin Evans, and I am the president of the Washoe Education Association. We're the local educator union that represent 4,000 certified professionals in the Washoe County School District. I'm here today to discuss the idea that the objective of this body is to address the issues of your constituents and to solve the problems that they face. I would argue that there isn't an issue that is more pressing to all of your constituents than the current state of our public schools. As many of you might know, we are 47th in the nation in per pupil funding. We are 50th in school finance. Washoe County is in the bottom 5% of districts funded in the entire country. That statistic, we all should be embarrassed by. And to think that we are doing everything we can to address the issues in our community, but we are allowing our public education system to completely drown, it doesn't seem like we're doing an adequate job. I understand that this body doesn't have jurisdiction over funding, but you guys have platforms. You guys have friends who are lawmakers. You have the ability to move the needle significantly. It's important to understand, even with the governor's proposed budget and increases from Dem leadership, those increases are what the funding formula calls for. It's what's to be expected given the massive influx of revenue that we have. Neither side is going above and beyond what is to be expected. And when you are in the bottom 5% of the thousands of school districts across the country, we should be doing far more than doing just what's expected. We have to go above and beyond. We send all of you guys invitations. Yes, right there. So we are holding a Believe in Education rally. It's this Saturday. Right there at the Believe sign at 10 a.m. We would love to see all of you out there to help support this event and promote it. Everybody in attendance, I think we have to all understand too that regardless if you have students in the Washoe County School District, education impacts all of us. It is the absolute cornerstone of our community. It is the cornerstone of a thriving democracy, and it will impact every issue that you all have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. So we need the community to turn out. This is not a political event. This is not a union event. This is a community event that we all as a community have to understand the importance that educating our students has on every facet of our society, our economy, our housing prices, crime rates, mental health services. Everything comes back to how we provide education for our children. So I hope that all of you in attendance and all of you up here can help promote and join this event. I did want to shout out Councilman Martinez. Thank you for reaching out to me personally already and committing to attend and help promote this event to your constituents. So I thank all of you, and I look forward to seeing you guys on Saturday, 10 a.m. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next, we have Upinder Dillon, followed by Paula McDonough.
Hello, respectable mayor and all the city council members. I'm back here again. I have attended two last city meetings, and respectable mayor said that you will heard back from us. So the only place I can get the answer is here, not anywhere else. So that's the reason I'm back. In the previous video clips, I have shown you, I don't know if you agree with me or not, that those calls are not from my store. My store is right on the street, and people are still drinking outside, fighting outside. We don't have license right now since December 30th. And I'm gonna show you a video clip that we are actually victim. We are not bad operators. So we would like to know how soon you guys will have a special meeting and let us know, or give us a second chance.
So, Mr. Dillon, we are planning a meeting that is not limited to just this issue, but about our plans for downtown in terms of getting some direction from the council and the direction we would like to go in terms of our planning efforts and our economic development efforts and, of course, our licensing efforts downtown. So that should be coming here towards the end of the first quarter, beginning of the second quarter of the year.
So after that meeting, we will have some kind of outcome or reconsideration, because here's the clip I'm gonna show you why we are victims.
Not going to help.
Can you see this? Here's the lady come, have nothing to do with my business, not selling alcohol. People are crazy, they are on drugs, and they're coming attacking us. We are so scared, we don't even call the police anymore. They're breaking my windows. Look at this lady, what she is doing. It's not because of we selling alcohol. People are crazy on the street, and we are victims, so please help us to reconsider. Thank you very much. So my understanding is that we have to wait a couple months or something, like you said, second quarter.
Reaching out to you. I thought you guys were already in communication.
Well, I know that there's a pending application, and so
Okay.
I'm certain
So
that
you
there's
have a
some
pending
communication
application,
back and
sir?
forth.
Yeah, we have applied again for the beer wine license, you know,
Okay.
if not liquor, you know.
Okay. All right. So we will notify you whenever we get it put on the agenda. And the reason why I want it to be a little bit more comprehensive, I want the public to understand all encompassing of what we expect.
Yes.
And so everyone can be on the same page, because remember, 6 months before that, I had said everyone needs to get it together. And so now I'm hoping that everyone's hearing us loud and clear that we're serious.
Yes, I promise you that
Thank
you will
you.
not get any complaint from us.
Well, listen, we want you to reach out whenever you're having trouble on issues like that. I absolutely agree with you. That is important. But we also need to make sure that we're keeping things safe and clean, and also that food is, it's not expired, and that you don't have fire
Yeah, that was
issues.
not me, that was a different market.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Mine is fine, you know.
okay, good. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
I appreciate it.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
can I ask a quick question?
yeah.
Can I just ask a quick question? Oh, Upinder? Hello? Sir, she's asking you a question. I just had a quick question.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Over here.
Yes,
Did you say these calls were happening after the license was removed?
yes.
Okay.
It was last week. It's happening. People are coming. We are victim. Like I said, we are so scared we don't call the police anymore because we think it's gonna go against our record. So that's why the calls are down. We stop calling. I said, we'll deal with it. We'll go out and we'll confront these people
All
to
right.
save our business.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Paula McDonough, followed by Maury
That's not
Cabaz.
true. So, okay. Hello, nice to see you.
See you too. Can we put that up, please? Is it on? I don't, oh, there it is, okay. All right. My name is Paula McDonough. Whoops, I'm short, just like you. I'm 4'11". My name is Paula McDonough, and I'm a downtown resident of Ward 5. And Kathleen and I live in the same building. I'm here to invite you and all residents of Reno and Washoe County to attend the second annual Interfaith Vigil for the 98 houseless humans who died in Washoe County in 2022. This is almost double the 52 humans who died in 2021 when we had our first vigil. The vigil will take place in front of the Believe sign in City Plaza on Wednesday, February 15th, a week from today, starting at 5:30 p.m. And it's an interfaith candlelight vigil. We will have paper bags with each person's name, and we also have an unidentified male this year who died, and the candles will be lit as each of their names are read, and there will be singing and addresses by the various interfaith clergy who are there. And I just wanted to remind everybody that there's free parking available in the City Hall parking lot right off of that you enter on East First Street. And there's also free parking available in the courthouse parking lot about 1.5 blocks south after 5 o'clock. So we hope we'll have a good turnout. We had about 100 people last year who
You
attended.
had a great turnout last year.
Yeah.
It was really good.
Thank you. And we did send registered letters to all of you and all of the members of the Sparks City Council and the Washoe County Commission.
Yeah.
So we hope you'll attend. You're not expected to speak or anything like that. Just be there, please.
No, Paula, you did a great job last year. Devin and I were there, and it was
Yeah.
incredibly moving. And it's really important because a lot of, a lot of these people, they don't get remembered.
No, they don't.
So I'm
And as a
glad
matter
we're
of fact,
doing this.
last year, after the ceremony finished, a woman came up and said, "Can I have that bag, please? That's my son."
Oh.
Yeah, it was very moving. So anyway, and I just wanted to mention that we'll be doing this again next year, and I imagine next year, because of the weather we've been having, that the number will be well over 100.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I just want to remind people, if you're going to go, dress very, very, very,
Very
warm.
warmly, yes.
Very warm, because it's
Yeah.
incredibly cold, and so,
And City Plaza can be pretty cold because the winds come down the river, and it can be very cold in
but
City
you did
Plaza.
a beautiful job last year, and I'm
Thank
glad
you.
you're continuing to do it. It's so important to remember those people.
It is, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Paula,
thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go
I
right
just
ahead.
wanted to say, I was very appreciative that Father Durante reached out. I've had to regretfully decline. I had a commitment that night.
Yeah.
I would have been there. So thanks, though, for making a personal invitation. I don't know that we got that last year, but we got it this year.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're learning as we go along.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Maury Cabaz, followed by Tweetran on Zoom.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, Councilwoman Dorr, City Hall, City Attorney Mr. Hall, Morika Buzz here. You know me and you know my complaint. I've been coming here since 2015, 7 years minus 2 years of COVID. This is a serious and disturbing case, and it was probed by robbery homicide who referred to the psychic criminals involved as satanic worshippers. This is bad. This is worse than Tyrell Nichols and all these people getting killed on the street. This is disturbing. In spite of the council's wishes and action in 2016 at the highest level of the city and Mr. Hall's effort, the effort was sabotaged by these people. And you have read the details. And I'm here to tell you that I've contacted lawyers and nobody's interested. Nobody has called me back. And they're not even interested in consultant or presentation, let alone taking the case. So I'm here to tell you, to ask you to, or ask Mr. Hall as well, to give me the green light, formally or informally, just as they did in 2016 by calling me and setting up a meeting, which I appreciated, so that I can contact the lawyer and tell them that I have a green light and these people want to talk about this settlement. As far as settlement, a stolen property is simple as it is, and the pain and suffering, I'm here to tell you it's not about money anymore. I am 67 years old. This man, as a minority, you know by now how I've been mistreated here. 5 bad arrests, beating, brutality, satanic worshippers, super white supremacy cops, my associates. And I'm not a stranger to problem solving or winning. I did put a $6 billion project, elite patented project together. And they have robbed me out of everything, even my shop, my home, my property. And it's up to the city council or the district attorney's civil division to resolve this, because city is mostly responsible for this. And I'm here to tell you my health is bad. I had another eye exam yesterday. I can no longer read from my right eye. I have had 4 surgeries. If you don't resolve this, you're gonna have a wrongful death case on your hand. If I'm lucky, maybe 60 Minutes will pick it up. Because these methods are not a secret. There are these intelligence methods, these psychic people are used every day. A gentleman talk about educating our kids. How about protecting them? 80 million Americans have mental illness. If each one knows 3 people, the entire country is affected. This is disturbing. This is, and police and the city needs, cities are picking up the tabs for homelessness, for mental illness, for incarceration. It's gonna come out of your pocket. I'm not saying it's my business, but anyway, that's just my side comments. Please, I contact Mr. Hall. I'm hoping they give me that green light. I'm sorry?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I think we have, Ms. McDonough, did you want to grab the bag? Thank you so much. Did you say, Mr. Clerk, that we had one by Zoom?
We have one more. That was it for the chambers, and we have
Okay.
one comment via Zoom. Twee Tran, if you want to unmute and speak when you're ready. Sorry, give us just one moment here. Okay, Twee Tran, if you want to unmute and speak when you're ready.
Hi, this is Twee Tran. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Sorry I could not make it to be with my colleagues, Donna Clance, Mark Newman, and Pam Roberts on today. I had other meetings this morning. I'm also with the Washoe County Senior Advisory Board for District 2. And I wanted to make a comment on item number D2 regarding the AARP money that is allotted for the seniors. I think that's wonderful. I just want to be a little greedy for our seniors because we have over 37% of the adult population that are over 50 and over people over 60 makes up over 27% of our population. I know that some of the items that you guys were going to discuss about under health and health, wellness, transportation, I do feel that transportation is very important for our seniors. Another thing that I wanted to bring up is under the housing. I know, in my day-to-day activity, I do work with a lot of wealthy seniors, but being on this board, I do see, just a need for the seniors that are in our community, because I feel like the seniors that we're helping, a lot of the lower end seniors, are there any money set aside for housing, for vouchers? I spoke with, there was a woman that came to our senior fair that we had last month at the Northwest Library, and she came to get information for one of her friends. And her friend is staying in a place for the last 20 years and paying $1,200 for rent. And she needs help. So I really appreciate the $1 million, but like I said, if we could ask for more money, that would be wonderful. Seniors in our community need so much. And I'm just so excited to be a part of the board to help our seniors and to work along with other senior agencies. So I just want you to consider this when you are discussing on topic D2. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. And we actually had one more public comment come in for the room. So Dr. Jafa Sanchez.
Dr. Sanchez, welcome. Always a privilege to have you.
Good morning. I'm Jafet Sanchez. I'm an associate professor of educational leadership and the director of the Latino Research Center at the University of Nevada, Reno. And I have with me Dr. Carla Hernandez. She is the university's director of Latinx Hispanic Community Relations. We're here because we want to express our gratitude. I usually come expressing some gratitude, and this time it is for sponsorship to our Latino Research Center to send 7 students to the United States Hispanic Leadership Institute. So you're helping to build the future of those who might sit where you are right now, which is incredibly exciting, and we are indebted to specifically Councilman Miguel Martinez for helping to spearhead this effort. The students, as great students that they are, as undergraduate students, they were unable to attend today because they're in class at 10 in the morning, but I do hope to bring them in after they attend their conferences in Chicago, February 16th through 19th, and I'll also send a press release your way so you can learn a little bit more about what they're doing there. In that effort, they're going to be exposed to professional development related to leadership, civic engagement. They're going to learn about Latino issues that they're able to advocate for in their future roles. I brought a list because I can't remember all 7's majors, but they are Spanish linguistic and biology dual major, criminal justice, another one in biology, another one in neuroscience, another one in criminal justice with a dual major in political science, finance, and math education. They're going to hear from national prominent speakers about the work that they're doing, and they're going to learn about the ways to come back to our community and be able to implement what they've learned in the work as undergraduate students and in their future careers. So I just want to, again, express the gratitude in support of this, spearheaded by you, Councilman Martinez. And it is a collaborative effort. We have our other local government, City of Sparks, who also join in on this endeavor, and then we have some others in our college who, in our university across the colleges who were able to do this, including the Institute of Neuroscience, for example. So thank you so much. I'm excited to bring them after their trip, and you'll hear more. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment in chambers. For the record, we received 11 comments which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. on February 7th. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on the reno.gov meeting portal. They included 5 in favor, 3 in opposition, and 11 concerned. In addition, we received 6 voicemails, which due to technical difficulties, were not able to play during the meeting today, but drafts have been made of those and transcripts have been distributed to council. And with that, Vice Mayor, we're ready to move on to item A4, approval of the agenda.
Okay, let me come first to the city manager. Mr. Manager, do we have any changes to the agenda today?
We do not.
In the absence of that, may I have a motion, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar. I'm looking for a second.
I'll second. Mr. Reese, are you chairing for the duration of the meeting?
I don't believe so. I'm just
Okay,
chairing
okay.
for the moment.
Okay.
But thank you for the second. I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Breckus. Any additional comments or questions on the agenda at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Please vote on your tablet as well.
Oh.
Sorry about that. I meant to stop myself.
My vote thing isn't.
Okay, no problem. We're going to come back to that. We'll mark it as a unanimous approval of the agenda for the time being and move then to item A5, approval of the minutes. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Breckus. I'll call a second by Councilmember Dewar. Any additional questions on this comment item? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye, and if you're able to,
Aye.
also vote electronically. Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Wait, it's not coming
didn't-
on.
It's a little delayed.
It's a little delayed, and we're working through some of those issues with the technology. They're doing an awesome job with the clerk's office, helping us to figure out the new system, but it is taking us a little longer, so that's why we're pausing for the moment. So I will mark that for the record as an unanimous approval of item A5 and A51. Mr. Clerk, as to the consent agenda items, this is items here on B. Do we have public comment on this?
We do not have any public comment.
Okay, I'm going to go then to colleagues, and I'll go in order of order. Councilmember Breckus, do you have any items to pull from the consent agenda today?
B6 and B7.
Let me just get there, B6 and B7. Okay, Councilmember Martinez.
Nothing for me.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Taylor.
No, Mr. Vice Chair, thank you.
Thank you so much. I have nothing. Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, I was going to pull B6 as well.
Okay, it's already pulled by Councilmember Breckus, but we'll come back to you. And last but not least, Councilmember Ebert. Any items from the consent agenda?
No.
Thank you so much. Okay, at this time, can I get a motion on the items remaining aside from items B6 and B7?
Motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Mr. Martinez. I'll take a moment to get our voting apparatus lined up, and then I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Madam Mayor, item B6 as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Okay, thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes.
Well, I'd like a staff report, please. And I hope that that won't count against my time.
No, of course not.
Thank you. Is there a staff member available, Mr. Thornley?
Coming.
You can see Ms. Berner is approaching the
Okay.
lectern right now.
She's going to talk about an NDOT issue on B6.
Well, B6
Six
is
is
a
the
mural for
bowling.
the National Bowling Stadium.
Did you wish to pull item B5?
You know, yeah, I think I have a outdated agenda because an item was pulled. So I did wish to pull B5 and B6, if we could revisit those.
And what about B7? Who's B7?
You wanted to pull B7? No, I
I
do not
pulled
want to pull
B6.
B7. Yeah.
Okay, so-
I'll motion to, to
Reconsider.
reconsider the consent vote we just took.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. And for
Thank you.
clarification for the record, I believe it's B5 and B6, correct?
Yeah. And maybe we could just do B6 since Mitch Berner is here. And then
That'd be
B5,
fine.
yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. We've got B5 and B6. So go ahead, take it away. I guess, Megan, it's all you. Nice to see you, by the way.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council. Megan Berner, Arts and Culture Manager for the record. The item before you is approval of artist Rafael Blanco to paint a mural on the National Bowling Stadium in an amount not to exceed $80,000. I can sort of run through my staff report, but if there are specific questions, I'm happy to try to answer those.
Yeah, and I don't think I need a full staff report. This goes on the bowling stadium, and I don't know that your staff report got into why the obligations that we have to the United Bowling Congress and the RSCBA. But I know the history as well as anyone. I have a file this thick in my office on the bowling stadium. I sat on the $2 surcharge for about 5 years. As I understand it, this is the final obligation we have to the bowlers for them to come grace us with their presence and use our facility. And it was an exterior, it's written rather broadly as an exterior renovation or exterior something. And I'm trying to understand how that got to an obligation of the council to do something to a facility to issuing a mural without an intervening step to the council about what this would look like. Do we want to paint it blue or do we want to commission a mural? And this is follow up to our discussion last meeting about the Moana pool, where we said, don't come forward with us do you like this statue and this artwork? The council wants to outline what's going on when we commit to art. And so what I thought was a general painting job, just like we did on the police station, became a mural. And I want to know, one, this never came to the council to decide to go to a mural, right? Correct?
No, that's why it's before you today.
Okay, well, it's come before today to enter into an agreement, right? Is this the agreement with him?
Yes, this is the agreement.
Yeah, we have an agreement. But the decision to solicit him and anyone never came to the council. Did it go to the Arts Commission?
Yeah, so we did follow our public art process.
Okay.
It's not out of the ordinary. We generally don't come to council for approval of the call and things like that going out for projects like this.
My understanding is that we don't because we set a budget and we know what we're going to do. This one, we could have gone with a paint job or we could have gone with a mural. Somewhere, someone decided a mural. It wasn't, who decided to do a mural rather than paint the building?
That was actually the Capital Project Surcharge Advisory Committee.
Okay. Well, they have to bring items to us. And in this case, they skipped that, but at least there was some subcommittee of the council. But I think that it was flawed. I was on that committee for 4 or 5 years. We always knew this capital project was out there, and I find it flawed that it didn't come to the body as a whole before we commission an art. I don't want to be a part of this art I like, that art I don't, but I think the decisions, particularly on agreement that is, this big, this multi-year, should have come to the council to decide if we want to move forward with a mural on this building or not. And for those reasons, I'm having a hard time supporting this. It's nothing to do with the art. I haven't even really looked at it. It's just the fact that I think we really veered off of council authority to make decisions. And I'm sad about that. I'm seeing a lot of it, and I don't like it when the council does not get a chance to weigh in on a process.
All right, thank
Madam
you.
Mayor?
Hold on one second. I think that, I don't think this veered off of council. I think it's the process in which we have in place that's, that I don't love, that I find a little challenging. And Megan, you've done an amazing job, and I love your background in art and what you're doing and your vision. You're the perfect person to be doing this. I would like to know if you can somehow get us to a place where we can sort of look at that process, because I got to be honest with you. I think this artist is incredibly talented, but a couple of things, I think also the background, so the public knows, because like when I saw the price, I was like, but also that's required, that's part of how this process works. And then the other thing is, like, I think the artist is amazingly talented. I had a little bit of heartburn that the council doesn't see, what those look like. And one of them, what we selected, was very depicting of bowling. And I really see that facility as hopefully being multi-purpose so that we can market it more and really, sort of have this broader vision of what that facility looks like. I'm wondering, is there some other way to do the process? Because I don't love it. The other thing that I noticed too, what happens is they will pick artists that are not from the area. So I want to ask them, are you choosing artists first locally? And then, I feel like sometimes we get this song and dance, well, we had to go with this artist because, of this. But we've got amazing talent right here at home. So when we don't pick a local artist, I want to know why, right? I think that's really important that we are keeping artists working in our own community. And I know you share that same thing, Megan, but I don't love this process and sort of then it comes to us and it's like, here it is. And then not to mention the public is always like, oh my God, how could you spend that? This is part of the requirement. And so, and I just sometimes also wonder, is there some other way that we can really sort of maximize what we're doing instead of just like, spending so much on just one project? I don't know, but I don't love it. It gives me some heartburn. So, and I don't know what that looks like, but maybe to our city manager, can we work on a better process? And I get we have an arts and culture board, but at the end of the day, it should be the council's decision. I really believe that. And I'm speaking to you and I know you get it. So I don't mean to be like, hey, Megan, it's all on you. I assure that that our city manager will help us make the process a little bit better and more palatable.
We will take a look.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a few comments and clarity I think I should add. When we had the Moana pool discussion, that was the most significant investment in art that we're looking at like ever. Is $600,000 if I remember, 2% of the total cost of the pool. And when we were looking at those kind of numbers, we for sure wanted to have council involvement. What we maybe failed to discuss at that time is should there be a threshold over which, at what point you do come to council? Because I know you do many projects that are 20,000, including the and larger. And I would just propose perhaps, Mr. Manager, looking at 50,000 or something cutoff, things below and things above.
I can actually speak to that. So all of this is written in Title 22, which is our Chapter 22 on public art, or public art ordinance. And it dictates the process. That threshold is actually $25,000. But it still really dictates that calls for artists, everything gets crafted at the commission level and then comes here for approval.
Once you've gone through the process.
Yes.
So maybe, but I'm just saying for these larger projects, and this one's 80, the 600,000, maybe there needs to be a touch with council before the commission actually goes and does their work so that we understand what's happening. And number two, I didn't know when we say that it's required, I didn't know whether it was the 2% because we made the investment in the bowling stadium or whether it was in the agreement. Could you clarify that?
Sure. So the obligation is to the agreement with the United States Bowling Congress.
The agreement itself.
For the refurbishment of the exterior
right.
of the National Bowling Stadium.
So
of that, the committee approved to, essentially, I think it was a way to make it more exciting as well as save money.
Right. So I just think perhaps, Mr. Manager, what we could look at is a dollar threshold, and we could also, look at if we have an agreement like that, and we've been on the bowling stadium the entire time I've been on council, it's a constant issue. So to have it kind of come up this way and it's completed is difficult given our history with the bowling stadium, us making every decision about the bowling stadium because we have this contractual agreement. So I just think that one's a little different. I'm fully supportive of moving forward with the mural. What I would like to know is was there a particular side of the building that you were planning that, and had you set a theme for that? Could you just cover that with us?
So we really left it open according to direction from the Capital Surcharge Advisory Committee or the Capital Project Surcharge Advisory Committee. For theme, a lot of the artists responded to the fact that it's a bowling stadium. And so the mural is actually going across the front of the building, a little bit onto 4th Street. There are images attached to the staff report of the proposed design that will likely change a little bit if
Do
it
you
gets
have that
approved.
on a overhead?
I don't have a presentation.
Okay. Okay, well, I don't know what the mayor's interest is, and maybe she's gonna ask for a deferral.
I'd like this to come back.
That's what I mean.
I do. I want this to come back so we can see what it looks like. And I kind of also want the council to weigh in. To me, it's very, very bowling centric, the one that I believe that they probably had chosen. And actually, you know, I would like the council to see all of the selections. And again, also, why didn't we use a local artist? No
Madam Mayor,
disrespect
can I
for the other
interject?
artists, but I really believe we should be using local artists first. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I am going to first apologize to my colleagues because some of this falls on me. I have historically served as the chair of the Capital Project Surcharge Advisory Committee. Mr. Martinez is now the chair, but I'll give some historical background so that everyone can appreciate where we are. Over the course of the last 2 meetings of the Capital Project Surcharge Advisory Committee, and most recently in January, on January 25th, this item came to that body for its approval. At that time, it is the extension of a prior agenda item that we had that really looked at many of the questions that you're now rightfully asking as a body about what are our obligations under the agreement, why are we operating the way we do, and there came a moment where we had to make some choices as the Capital Project Surcharge Advisory Committee about, one, the timing of renovations to that stadium relative to when the bowlers will be here, to both meet the obligations under the agreement, but also to meet the obligations that we have to, basically not impair the traffic of the bowlers as they come and go from the Bowling Congress. It's very exciting. It's more than $1 billion economic impact of having the bowlers here. And so there was this moment, though, in the process of being on the Capital Project Surcharge where we had to choose between painting the entirety of the building at a significant cost and which there was not sufficient funds to do, or we could put a mural on the building, which was a creative way of reducing the cost that we would have to spend, but also still meet the obligations under the agreement. And so all of us, I think, on that body, including I think you, Madam Mayor, would like us to have a more holistic view of the building, but because there was just a timing issue and a cost issue, we felt like the only way to move forward with our obligations was to do 2, or I think it's 3 total areas that ultimately turned out to be murals. And then we took that information and we went through the process that Ms. Berner does with the Reno Arts and Culture Commission to go through and solicit artists. Those then came to the Reno Arts and Culture Commission, who looked at the various artists, all of which I thought were very impressive. And then they made a recommendation to the Capital Surcharge Advisory Committee, which then made the recommendation to this body. So I think it is here under our normal course and scope. I am worried about the timing issue in terms of delaying it because we've got like paint, weather, issues about weather that prevent us from painting earlier. The bowlers are coming. It's in an area where we don't want to have painting going on while bowlers are trying to enter and exit. I express no opinion about like, I like this one over a different artist. I think ultimately the art is, everyone will have an opinion about art and it's sometimes in the eye of the beholder. I think there were going to be some minor modifications, Ms. Berner can correct me, to make it more in the colors of maybe the university. There were a couple of opportunities to do that. There were also opportunities to make it more, less bowling-centric on one side and more city-centric. And so there were some things that we were going to work with the artist on. But I am supportive of moving forward with this item today, given the timing and the schedule related to it. And again, I apologize to my colleagues if I have not made the recommendations or the path to how we got here as clear as I could have made them. And for that, I apologize.
Sorry. I'm trying to read over the arts and culture agenda over here. No, thank you so much. I think you're right. According to that contract, maybe Ms. Turney, can you tell me when that contract, like, I know it's crazy,
It
the
is.
timeline, so I don't wanna,
Yes.
like, interrupt that, but tell me a little bit when that is.
Thank you for the question, Madam Mayor. Ashley Turney, Chief Innovation and Experience Officer. To answer your question, we actually have a contractual obligation to the USBC in February of 2023, which you will note is where we are today. So we do have a contractual obligation to move forward with an improvement to the facade, which is required. As the Vice Mayor mentioned, the council previously approved the process to move forward, and the process to repaint is very pricey, and the fund just does not afford for that. So this is a creative opportunity to be able to meet our contractual obligations, which we are now needing to do at this time. So one thing I would caution council on continuing, we do run into some contract issues. One other thing just to note for the record, because we do know how important local artists are, this artist actually is local to the area, and he's a school teacher by day.
Sorry, I can correct that. He doesn't currently live here, but is a former resident and is planning on moving back. So he spent a number of years here in Reno, actually went through the MFA program at the University of Nevada, Reno.
And then the other thing is just like, people are always saying to me that are like super incredibly talented artists, like, how do I get involved? I feel like we don't tell that story enough, that we really got to push out there so that we can make sure that we do use local artists. Thank you for doing that. I think that's just so important, you know, keeping it right here in our community. I would just say this. I think, Ashley, you're exactly right. The USBC, they have very strict timelines. Also, the women just announced they are coming, which is great. So that's a really big deal for the economy. I would just say for the next meeting, I would like it on the next meeting, because I want to figure out, like, how can we sort of work with maybe, I'm nervous of just, I'm afraid that we end up doing this and then painting over it, you know, maybe a few months later, I don't know. I mean, we're trying to get towards the Wolfpack Bowl. We're trying to brand downtown a little bit differently. And again, I don't think that that building should be so bowling-centric. I think it needs to be for the students, for the community. That building has never been open for the community. It's ridiculous. And so I want to change the face of what that bowling stadium represents and what it looks like. All of us should be able to use it. It's our building, and the community's not even in there. So I get really sort of territorial over, you know, that we've got to open it up and start to make that more of a community, multi-purpose facility for people to use in the community, so.
Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I wanted to, just for a moment, focus on the artist and the design. I just want to compliment, I think the artist and the design are phenomenal. I really do. They're easily accessible on our computer here, which I pulled up since you didn't have it here. But the staff could certainly show it, and I think they should, frankly. And number two, if they do show it, if they could bring it up, it's an attachment to this item. You know, there's a number of figures, and it really seems that one of the figures could be the bowling, and then the others could represent other related sports. And I would love to see that myself, and I think that's a minor change. Rather than having 4 bowlers, just have one and represent some other sports. And that would, I think, broaden it, and without sort of changing the world, it would keep the artists, would keep the colors. It's very dynamic. Are you guys bringing that up over there?
Yeah, and I will say there, as Vice Mayor Reese mentioned, there are some changes that we were planning anyway, and the artist is more than happy, I think, to work with. Well, I think the lettering will go away, but keep the university colors.
I liked the lettering because it was, but
it says National Bowling, so
right.
it's very.
But the color, but to your point, maybe the silhouettes are different sports.
And I think
that's what I just said.
Artists would be
exactly. I was pointing
completely amenable to that. I think you know, when they submit these proposals, I think they expect to get some feedback and are absolutely willing to work with us.
Well, and the second thing is I think the colors are very vibrant and beautiful, and I would not change this to a blue and silver theme. We already have the whole arch blue and silver. I love these colors. I think they're awesome, and that's just my opinion.
Well, it looks like the background is blue and silver, so I like that, and then I like the bright colors.
Exactly.
Otherwise, it's very drab.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, what they've presented is amazing. So I think with this small change, and I'm astonished our staff still haven't pulled it up yet, even though I've been pausing for them. If we can pull it up, can't you pull it up?
Madam Clerk, we need to be on,
Okay,
where are we at?
It's on the item.
Item B6.
It's, I'm telling you, it is, I just downloaded it myself. It is,
But where are we at
attachment,
on time?
3. Just download attachment 3? Well, it didn't matter. I wanted to look at them all. So there's what they have, and the next page is the figures. Keep rolling. There you go. So the idea is keep the background, but have the figures represent. The yellow bowler is amazing, and then just maybe have other sports there represented, and it gets to the whole concept of a broader community thing. So I'd love to see that when this item comes back.
Okay, perfect. So we're gonna let you use your expertise to work with the artist. Sound good? And that's what I'm hearing.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Ashley Turney, Chief Innovation Experience Officer, just confirming that we are hearing that council is going to be making a motion today and moving forward to meet our contractual obligations, and that we are not going to be bringing this particular item back.
Could I speak, Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
Yeah, first of all,
3 minutes.
Someone who, really is focused on the bowling stadium agreements for a number of years is, I'm not buying the line that, this is a cheaper way, an easier way, because when I came on, spent a lot of time on it in conversations with those who negotiated the agreement, and it was very broad and very open. Could we do trim? Could we, do this? It was almost very much in our side of the agreement to our favor. Now, do we have a timing issue? It appears we do, a little bit of one. But, we've been very generous when the boulders have not come through with their side of the agreement, almost overly generous. So 3 months to not get there, I don't think is going to put us into some sort of huge default. I don't have a problem with it. So I'm not really convinced on what I'm hearing, and I'm not seeing anything else in the staff report refuting that, but I think everyone is acknowledging the process went a little haywire, and I just always want to stand. The council entered into a multi-year, multi-million-dollar agreement. The council should have the discretion on how to, at junctures of how to exercise our rights and obligations under that, not, go sideways over to someone else, and not in the manager's hands either. That is my view, even though we do have a subcommittee in between that, had some role, but it should have gone up to us. Second, if we, get into the point of colors and figures, that's a discussion I will never be making decisions on with art. I just don't want to go there. But I find it very problematic for staff to say, well, there's going to be changes to the colors and so on. If we're going through a process of a piece of work, conceptual, and it's rainbow and you're going blue and white, that's not something that should go back into your hands to work out. That should be etched up here, or go back to the Public Arts Committee, because that's how hurt feelings do come forward later. When everyone thinks they're getting this, and then all of a sudden they're getting this, and the questions are, well, who decided that? So I think we've got 2 process problems, very troublesome to me in this moment. I don't know what the motion was. It sounded like someone wanted to make a motion. I would prefer continuance, but.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'll renew my motion. It's essentially to approve staff recommendations.
All right, so I have a motion from Councilman Reese. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All those in
Question.
favor?
Madam Mayor, question.
For discussion,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Dewar.
So I have no problem moving forward today and selecting the artist. But I do think we should see a sketch of the final approval and have that come back to council. And whether, Councilwoman Breckus, whether you want to participate or not, the thing is that this is very public. It is in our downtown, and it makes a statement. And I think that we should have some kind of role in crafting that statement. And we're the people paying. We're the the partner that is hiring the artist. And so that's, so would you, is it possible to just say, Could you bring, we'll approve it today, but bring back the final rendition at a
And I
future
think
meeting?
is that something that you could accommodate, Megan?
Yeah, I think that that would be possible. The next meeting is the 22nd. I think that's enough
Yeah.
time.
Councilmember Dewar, if I may,
Yeah.
before we go down that path, as I have made the motion.
Yeah.
I'll just say for my part, I am not an artist. I cannot draw a stick figure. I may like cubism more than I like pointillism or abstract art. I don't, like Councilmember Breckus, I don't want to be the person saying, I like this or I do not like it. Art is for everyone, and everyone will have a different opinion about it. So I don't really want to be involved in that. Now, again, if someone said, do you like the wolf pack colors in the background as opposed to some other color? Yes, maybe I have an opinion on that, but it's just my opinion. So that's why I don't really want to get into the weeds of saying, I like this or I do not like that. I think the artist is, as you said, a master of fine arts from the university. I would hate for the artist to be watching this and for that person to believe that I somehow had an opinion about their beautiful art. And so that's why I'm reluctant. I think you're right that
just explain
Ms.
then.
Berner can
Yeah.
talk with the artist, say, hey, we had this meeting, here's what was said at it.
Yeah.
You think on that, right? Does that make more sense?
So let me just, if I may, respond. Whenever we do these things, we're the client. They're working under a contract for us to achieve a vision. I'm not talking about the colors. I already said my piece about I didn't want to change all these colors. I like them the way it's presented. But what's important is the vision. We're setting a vision about what the piece is about. And I think that's a very appropriate role for the council. Not whether it's a man figure, a woman figure, this color, that color, that's not the level of detail we're talking about.
So let me just say, art is incredibly subjective, right? It just is. First of all, for the artist, he's incredibly talented. Love, love, love his work. The reason of the sensitivity for me, and I just want to make this clear, is we are approaching a new vision for downtown and for the bowling stadium. I'm working really hard to get esports in there, some other sports in the bowling stadium, because like I said, that needs to be the community's bowling stadium. For so long, it hasn't been. And so I'm very sensitive to how we move forward and brand it. And I think that's going to make a statement downtown when we do that. So I think that's why I'm very sensitive to what the next sort of generation looks like of the bowling stadium, because the bowling stadium has been such a sore subject, if you will. And so that's why it's not. I just want to see it to where that it can, like I said, it can look like it's multi-purpose and sort of embrace that vision of the next, like I said, generation of this bowling stadium. So that's for me. I don't want the artist to take it personally at all, but I would say this, just getting the feedback from council, Councilman Reese, he likes all art. He loves everything, and I love that about him. And so maybe just the feedback, he's like, I'm good with that, whatever, because he appreciates all art. I'm just more sensitive of what message we will send. I don't want it to be just predominantly bowling. That's just me.
It's political. I mean, it just is.
Yeah, so anyway.
It's a placemaking thing.
So I have a motion and a second.
I think the second came from Mr. Martinez.
You made the second? Oh, good. Okay, go ahead.
I did actually have a question.
Councilwoman Ebert.
I know that we are under contractual agreements. If we bring it back to review, any changes to the artwork, is that going to put us in jeopardy of not meeting these contractual deadlines, agreements, things like that?
The answer is no if we do it at the next meeting. I think that's still within the time frame that we're looking at.
So what I'd like to do is we're gonna take this vote. We'll see if the vote passes, and we will move forward with it. And then you can figure out how you want to sort of coordinate with us to maybe provide some feedback, and also bring it back so the council can see what it would look like. But that, we're gonna leave that up to you, because you're the expert in art, and I know that all the artists love working with you, because you're an artist yourself, so you get it. Anyway, okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. All right, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Good job. Thanks for the discussion, Megan.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, John Shipman for the City Attorney's Office. Just a real quick cleanup item. We did the reconsideration vote. Could we just go back and do a quick vote and confirm that all other consent items with the exception of this point, at this point of,
Just to clarify, okay.
yeah, B5 are approved, if you would.
Okay, all right.
So moved.
I have a
Second.
motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, but
I'll-
my thing's not coming up.
All those opposed?
Okay.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay,
But Mr. Shipman, the vote for B6 will stand as it was pulled.
Correct, that was for the remaining items,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
So, sorry, Madam Mayor, just for the record, that vote just approved items B1, B2, B3, B4, B7, and B8. So the items that are being open for discussion are still items B5 and B6. B6 we just took a vote on, so now we're moving on to item B5.
perfect. All right, B5, Angela. It's all you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Angela Foos, Assistant Director with Development Services. We do have a quick PowerPoint. Okay, so this agenda item is specific to two different agreements. These agreements are going to be between the City of Reno, Toll Brothers, and NDOT. A little bit of history on what this is and why. If you see that map on the left, everything in orange is part of Verdi. It's an area that will be developed as part of the approved projects known as Santerra Quilisi and another project known as Meridian. Those projects were approved by council within the last 2 years, and so the next step now is to make sure they can put in all of their what I call backbone infrastructure. So that's everything from the water lines, the sewer lines, and the roads. We're anticipating about 1,900 homes at ultimate build-out. And again, there's no timeline for the build-out of those homes, but before house number 1 is built, we have to make sure that they have adequate access in and out of the property. So the star is really the area that we're talking about. This is the Boomtown Garson interchange. So right now, if you drive out there and you take that interchange, you cross a bridge and it ends into this nice area of open space. And so as part of these development projects, we have to work with NDOT to modify that access. So basically, we're going to require that Toll Brothers pay to improve that roadway access. They're going to be making the interchange bigger. This does not include changes to the actual bridge. They were not conditioned or required to do anything with the bridge itself, but to get access, again, from their development onto I-80, they have to make some modifications. So anytime you deal with NDOT, NDOT has some requirements. They work directly with the local jurisdiction. And this isn't atypical. This is something we see anytime we deal with NDOT. So this first agreement is an agreement between NDOT and the city that basically outlines where their new control of access. So think of it as right-of-way. What they have now, they're going to need a bigger space, more square footage for their road. So that first agreement, that interlocal agreement, will be between the city and Reno, and it outlines where that additional right-of-way or control of access will be located. That second agreement is a reimbursement agreement between the City of Reno and Toll Brothers. Again, because Toll Brothers is the developer, they are the ones responsible for paying for everything. So the city does not pay for anything as part of this process. This is not something that's in our CIP. This is 100% developer driven. And again, we kind of act as the middleman, where Toll Brothers will give us the money, and then we give that money to NDOT. To give you a little bit more specific description of what that actually looks like, this map has a lot of colors. Everything in blue is what is currently NDOT's right-of-way. So you think of it as where I-80 and that interchange happens, that's what the blue area is today. What we're doing is the areas that are in colored, so there's an orange, a yellow, and a pink, that will become the new NDOT right-of-way. Toll Brothers, again, is responsible for paying for everything. They're going to have to build all these improvements, and we are just, from a contractual purpose, we're kind of that middleman that NDOT is requiring that we work with them. And again, that third-party agreement between Toll and the city identifies that Toll will reimburse us for everything that goes to NDOT. So before you is the recommended motion.
All right, thank you so much. Questions? Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you. And during my briefing, I asked, what is the status of the bridge being rebuilt? And you sent into the packet a 7 or 8 page, very complicated table I spent time looking through each one, and I could not find the reference to the project. Can you tell me where it was, or
Sure.
do you have that same thing and you can show me?
I do. It is on page 6 of the attachment.
Okay, 1,
And the
2,
page,
3.
the pages
4,
are numbered,
5,
so if you just look at
okay.
page 6 of 7.
Okay, and whereabouts is it down there? I didn't see it numbered, maybe it's the hard copy.
Yeah, if we can put the overhead on,
Yeah,
I can
that'd be
provide
great.
it for everyone. I apologize, it's actually page 7 of 9.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And it's towards the bottom, so I've highlighted it there in orange. It is hard to see, but it does call out the Boomtown Garson Bridge.
Page 7. Page 7 of 9. So this is 9, this is 8, this is 7. Let's see. I see the Keystone one, the Lemon Valley widening.
Sure,
Oh,
if
is this the I-80 West 1775 Bridge?
If you look up,
29 million?
nope, you're looking at the wrong.
Oh, Mogul? Is it the one at Mogul?
No, I need glasses. It's a value of about 14 million.
14 million. Only 14 million for that bridge? I just don't see it. Can you scroll in a little bit? And where is it in the status?
So this is based on the programs for the fiscal year 23 through 26.
Okay.
And the good news is that NDOT did just this last December, so within the last 5 weeks, put out an RFP for a design build.
So does that mean it's fully funded?
Again, nothing to do with this project. NDOT is making all those decisions. I can't
Well,
speak to if it's fully funded
okay,
or
so
not.
you're making the assertion that has nothing to do with the project. Let's move on to the other thing. This is part of the Santerra approvals, which had a lot of conditions. And is it satisfying, you referenced that, is it satisfying conditions number 9 and 18? Number 9 says, and I think you mentioned this, prior to the approval of each final map, the applicant shall provide the city with an updated signal warrant analysis. Is that what this is?
So this is not a final map, but they have submitted 4 final maps, and with their final maps, they are submitting the traffics warrants to decide whether or not a signal is warranted. It was determined by both NDOT and the city in looking at the traffic study that a roundabout will be going in.
Okay, so this is kind of related to that. And then there's condition number 18, first final map. Easements, primary and secondary access to Village 12 have been granted and approved. Is that what this is?
No, Village 12 has not been submitted yet. So once they submit a final map for Village 12, condition 18 will be applicable.
So which conditions is this effort of yours satisfying?
This is not required for any of the specific conditions. This
Okay.
is triggered based on getting access to the site.
So it's just like any other transportation work program that staff takes on is let's do this for toll and go with the NDOT. It's developer driven and we're a middleman. And that's where I'm having a hard time because we're not in any way obligated. We're just deciding to do this. But we're not deciding to do, and I have to tell Ward 1 constituents, fix a long-term need that's been identified on Mount Rose Street on a safe route to school. The Dickerson Road project.
Councilwoman, I'm going to
Okay.
cut you off there. We're
Okay.
over your 3 minutes.
Okay, and then I'd like another 3 minutes.
All right, any other questions from council members? Go ahead, Vice Mayor Reese, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, thank you so much. First of all, Ms. Foos, just an outstanding presentation. I appreciate your matter-of-factness. The presentation was excellent. A couple of things, and I think probably this is more for the benefit of my colleagues. Ms. Foos and I and Ms. Koski have been carefully monitoring for about the last year, very carefully, NDOT and RTC-related projects, right? And so there are a lot of them everywhere, all over the city. But one of the ones that I also had the privilege of talking with the deputy director of NDOT was the bridge replacement. And so the good news is that bridges from McCarran and so it'd be McCarran in the northwest, so McCarran and then Mayan and McCarran, that bridge, the further bridge at Bogle-Verdi, and then the further bridge at Boomtown Garrison, and then the Lawton Bridge, which is the other one. Those are all now in the long-range planning process. And now NDOT has let out a number of those requests for design build, as you said. And so this is all related to federal transportation infrastructure dollars coming out of Washington, D.C. for bridge replacements. Am I characterizing that fairly, Ms.
That's
Foos?
correct.
And so what I think the takeaway for me is there are some things that are related to this agenda item and there are things that are not. I'm sort of speaking to something that's not, and that is just to say that our bridge replacements in that quadrant of I-80 from McCarran to the state line are about to go through an incredibly dramatic overhaul due to money coming out of Washington, D.C. And so those projects are coming. I'm excited about them because, of course, the residents in Ward 5 and are very interested and have asked you and me both a number of times, when's it coming? When's it coming? I think the last 6 months have been really the moment where we can fairly say, until someone's doing a ribbon cutting, nothing is a done deal, right? But we're fairly certain that now that these things have been budgeted for, the allocations made, and the NDOT and the federal government and RTC and us are all working on a thing, that we think it's more of a reality. So that's great. As to this particular item, I think my colleague from Ward 1 is perhaps differently minded than I am. We took a vote as a council a number of times over the last year about projects that occur in the Boomtown Garrison area. So it's not only Santerre Quilisi, but there's some that have to do with Meridian South and North and Meridian Villages, so many different names. But we do have an obligation to make sure that the things that would be necessary for the success of those developments, we are not an impediment to. And so it's not like we can just throw up our hands and say, we want to work on something else, not this, because they have an expectation that when the agreements are required and necessary, that we would follow through on our commitment because we voted for it. And so I'll be happy to support ultimately the direction of staff recommendations here, and trying to kill the project by cutting it out from this particular thing is not really, that's sort of revisionist history in my mind. It doesn't really, it's not consistent with our past votes. So thank you again.
All right, thank you. Any other council members? Seeing there are none, I'm going to send it back to Councilman Breckes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion about bridges and transportation dollars coming forward for bridges, but resources are constrained. There's a lot of needs, and I'm not trying to kill this project. I'm questioning and challenging the staff priority to spend time working on this. It's developer-driven, but I see a lot of community needs. When you talk about bridges, one in particular is the Keystone Avenue Bridge. This one is going to be in competition for funds with that one, and likely the Arlington one too. But because we are moving forward as our staff priority to facilitate the final maps here, the roundabout, that's going to jump the bridge in the queue. The bridge needs to get there. Don't get me wrong, but the bridge should be built and funded before we come forward, because otherwise they're going to be wanting to sell houses immediately. So developer-driven, that's not how we need to do business for the residents of Reno, particularly when they have deteriorating infrastructure and transportation needs that are not being met. And I get the reports just like all of you of the Reno Direct reports. What are they? They're neighborhood transportation problems, unmet needs. So what's staff spending their time on? Out here at the far reaches of Santerre on a roundabout, a lot of hours of engineers negotiating things. They're not working on neighborhood transportation projects. We're going to be a pass-through. That's not what I hear that Ward 1 residents want. They have projects that haven't moved forward, and I know many of you do who also represent the wards. This will be a development that you rue, because you've got your staff focus over here, then you're going to have the final maps coming. It's a very challenging area. At minimum, see the bridge get through the state transportation program. It has to go up to a vote of the governor and all them. See it go through. Take a pass, time out. And you know what? Let's do a workshop. Let's do a strategic planning workshop and see what our priorities are for transportation needs in our community. Let's give the manager some work program direction on where we want staff to put their time on transportation issues. I think it's a neighborhood transportation calming program for spot improvements. That's what I hear from Ward 1. So anyway, this is problematic for me, but it is very much the run of how things have been, developer-driven, old needs, strategic planning, not happening. I will not support. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion, but before I do, Ms. Foos, this agenda item has nothing to do with how we prioritize which bridges are put into the queue first. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So Keystone Avenue and Arlington Avenue are bridges that must, without a doubt, be replaced. And you are generally and vaguely aware of all the things that are going on with those particular ones, including the Arlington Avenue bridges, right?
Correct.
It's not a Hunger Games where we're like, if we vote on this thing today, we are somehow telling Ward 1 residents that their bridges will be less further down the queue than these bridges. Is that true?
That's correct. And I think it's fair to say we were surprised and extremely excited when NDOT let us know they got some federal funding that they were not expecting, and they were able to move these 5 bridges up the timeline, which has nothing to do with the city's projects. It is 100% NDOT's priorities.
So, and when we had our conversation and with the new director of NDOT, Ms. Tracy Larkin-Thomason, the focus there was on, I, for lack of a better word, I'll characterize it this way, you don't have to agree with me, but it was sort of like gratefulness for the fact that we were getting these monies, right? Because there are bridges that are being replaced, and we'll start at Arlington, and then we'll go to Keystone, but it's not some ordered thing. They replace the bridges based on what the engineers say is the most desperate need, right? It's based on a ranking criteria that has nothing to do with what vote we take at this body, right? It's not a political priority. They're just making engineering choices and decisions. That the federal government, through the Infrastructure Act, has unleashed a lot of funds that are directed at bridges, just means we benefit from it. And if we're talking about like what NDOT does. Look, NDOT has lots of priorities, and we, I think, are very grateful for the work they're doing in Northern Nevada. We have older bridges in Northern Nevada, so we're getting priority over perhaps Southern Nevada, which does not have bridges or quite so old. So again, these are not connected concepts, and I do not want the public for any reason to believe that we are preferring far-flung resources over ones that are here in town. That's just not true. And again, the gentlewoman from Ward 1 said something like, you will rue this project. I'm not making a decision. We already made that decision about the project, right? Trying to cut it out at the knees by trying to make sure that the bridge or roundabout does not get built, that's anathema to what we do at this body. So again, I appreciate your thoughts, and thank you for helping to educate me about transportation infrastructure. You and Ms. Koski literally are on the pulse of what's happening. And when I come to you and say, hey, I don't understand, we've been hearing a lot about bridges. Can you suss it out for me? We have had those meetings. You have gone and demanded of RTC to make sure things get into the RTIP and the state tip. There's so many tips. It's just crazy. And I appreciate the work that you're doing. So,
Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. Hold on one second, Councilwoman Dorr. I'll come right back to you.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Taylor.
That's what I wanted to say, is that
okay.
Councilwoman Taylor and I both have our hands up before there's a motion.
Yes. Yes, so I got you. Don't worry about it. Okay. Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam
Up
Mayor.
in La La Land.
Have a very quick
La La
question.
Land. Go ahead.
In our briefing, Angela, I think Councilwoman Barkas maybe didn't understand this, but I had asked the question, in any way, is this taking a priority away from other projects of public works? Maybe I misunderstood that, but I'm wondering if you could just answer that.
Yeah, this is not something that is part of our CIP. It was never intended for the city taxpayers to fund or the city to build. This is 100% developer driven, and just like every other development project in the city of Reno, developer driven means the developer pays for it. So in this case,
So is
the
it
city's
accurate, Angela, I'm sorry, is it accurate to say that we're taking away from Ward 1 or Ward 2 or any other ward priorities by voting on this?
That's not accurate, no.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sure, no problem. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear. I did not support the Santerre Quilisi project, but it is approved. I mean, the council did approve it. It's moving forward. And so I think it's our responsibility to ensure that the traffic issues are addressed. And this roundabout and the bridge are critical to that piece. And even if this development had not been approved, we still need an improved bridge. I mean, it was already an issue before the development. Just access, safe bike access, walking access across that bridge. So it's NDOT, just like railroad, has often asked the city to take the lead, right? They want to be working with another public partner. And so we're that person.
That's
and
correct.
so I think it's incumbent on us to do it. I'm just being clear that this is I didn't support this project for a number of reasons related to fire, related to density, related to other issues, but it is approved. So I'm going to support this traffic improvement. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. Madam Clerk, where are we at on rounds? I think we did 2 already.
Of 2 minutes, I have Councilmember Breckus and Reese, and then both twice at 2 minutes,
Okay.
and then one for Taylor and Dewar.
Thank you so much. Okay, so at this time, I'd like to ask for a motion.
I'll move to approve staff recommendations.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor, a
I'll second.
second from Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Councilwoman Breckus.
since questions were asked of my position, Ms. Foose has said twice this is developer-driven. My vote is against a work program that has been directed by the manager, that is developer-driven, and every hour on this project is an hour spent not focusing on the long list of neighborhood traffic needs that you hear time and time again, because we've all heard them, we've got tables on them. No, we can't get to that one, we haven't gotten to that one, we don't have that one. So the resources that are taken are staff's focus and energy. And it is developer-driven, you've just heard. And so, this is a good time to tell our constituents when they make those requests, well, why can't the traffic engineers get out there? Why can't they do this? Because they have limited resources. It is kind of a Hunger Games, and they're working on this. Thank you. I vote no.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Thank you, Angela. Good job. Okay.
And with that, we are ready to move on to item D1.
All right, I just want to make sure our senior item is coming up soon. So we're going to take one item and then we're going to come to our senior item. So we're going to make sure so we can get you out of here. Okay. All right. At this time, I wonder, do we have a presentation?
No real formal presentation, Your Honor. John Shipman for the City Attorney's Office. I would just mention that this item is just requesting approval of a legal settlement in the Rebecca Gasca versus the City of Reno case in the amount of $250,000. The terms of the settlement are both to be found in the staff report, and then just in the last, I think, 10 minutes, we were able to get the signatures from the plaintiffs, so the document, the actual settlement agreement has been uploaded to the portal and essentially reflects exactly what's in the staff report. So if, that would be my report, and the request is for the approval and to allow the city manager to sign that agreement.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to ask at this time, Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
We do not on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, at this time, I'd like to ask for a motion.
Madam Mayor,
Go
I'd
right
like
ahead.
to talk about this.
Wait, hold on one second. Let me just refresh. Is this right? Hold on. I just want to make sure that you're on my board.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. We do have one comment from Councilmember Breckus.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Well, first of all, Mr. Shipman,
Where is this?
Mr. Hall is not here today. Is that the extent of your recommendation to us?
Yes, correct.
Okay, he has no other comment?
No.
Okay. Well, he's independently elected, and how he got to this point, it's his position. It's a little odd. He's our client, but he's also individually accountable as an elected official. Mr. Thornley? do you have anything to add about this? Have you created any press release or anything else on this matter?
To my knowledge, we have not created a press release on this.
Okay.
I have nothing to add. You got the
Okay,
attorney-client
nothing to add.
briefing the same as everyone else.
Okay, and I sent in a letter on Friday, and I wanted to see a copy of the settlement. I didn't want the 5 bullet points and the dollars. I wanted to read the document. And, you know, I haven't seen it. I've been asking for it for 4 days, 5 days. I think it's disrespectful to the decision before the council to say, oh, we just uploaded here. You know, when were we supposed to read it? When we were talking about the bowling mural? That's a rhetorical question, but I think it's an unfair obligation. I think the voters of Reno, you know, ask us when we exercise our votes on agreements binding the city to something to have read it. We had the agreement with NDOT here. We had the agreement with the artists. The agreement on this issue, which is one of tremendous significance, you know, culturally, all across the country, is casually mentioned, oh, it's up there uploaded for you. That's disrespectful, I believe, to the decision that we have to make here today, and wrong. And so, Madam Mayor, we either take a recess and come back to this, or we just kick it to next week. I'm not going to vote, and I would never vote. I don't care if we're buying snowplows. I'm not going to vote to bind the city on an issue of this tremendous magnitude without being able to tell people that I've read the document.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Shipman, every time I've asked you and anything that's pertained to this, you have given it to me. So I have had complete access to everything, so I thank you so much. And maybe you can just explain, because, you know, we have a process and you followed that process. So I'm a little confused on some of those comments that she's mentioned. So maybe you can just talk a little bit about what our process looks like and how we go through this. I want to also make it clear we've had attorney-client privilege meetings on this, and it falls under the city attorney's direction. So maybe you want to weigh in.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just be very brief. I mean, I'm not at liberty to really discuss the case in an open forum like this. As Madam Mayor, you've indicated, we have been giving council members the information. We believe they agree. They need to evaluate this agreement. All the terms of the agreement are in the staff report. You can see that reflected in the actual settlement agreement. You know, no bad intent. You know, and I apologize for the late distribution of this agreement. We're trying to get it finalized and hunting down signatures. But I think if you look at that and compare it to what's in the staff report, you'll see that it's the exact same document. So if people have concerns and they need to talk about it, we can do that offline in an attorney-client meeting. So.
Okay, go ahead. Vice Mayor Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll try to be brief. First, you know, as the lawyer on the body, I think it is incumbent on me to share that Mr. Shipman and Mr. Hall's office have absolutely comported with our policies and procedures and how we frame these things. It is often the case that when parties engaged in very early settlement discussions, that those settlement discussions, and in this case, did bear fruit. And it's always on the condition that whatever is sort of agreed to in principle comes back to the body, and then we will ultimately vote on it. So, and oftentimes that means that they're saying we're going to have pretty standard settlement documents that will be a part of that. I assume this will be essentially like that, and I'll take a look at the agreement. But the terms and conditions will be the same as we've always known them to be. I want to say now, turning away from this sort of what I'll call procedural minutia, a couple of things. Number one, I know the plaintiff in this case, and she's a good woman. Her heart is right, and so this is a very difficult vote to have to take, because I want her to understand that there was something that happened here that we cannot as a city be proud of. And I think that Councilmember Breckus is right to say that there is a moment in history which we are examining ourselves and our role in that. But I'll say that last night during the President's State of the Union, there were a number of different lines that struck me as relevant to our conversation here. And I'll just read from the President's State of the Union, and it says, and this is President Biden speaking, not me, but it says, we have an obligation to make sure all of our people are safe. Public safety depends on public trust, but too often that trust is violated. It's up to us. It's up to all of us. We want the same thing: neighborhoods free of violence, law enforcement who earn the community's trust, our children to come home safely, equal protection under the law. That's a covenant we have with each other in America. And we know that police officers put their lives on the line every day, and we ask them to do too much, to be counselors, social workers, psychologists, responding to drug overdoses, mental health crises, and more. We ask too much of them. I know most cops are good and decent people. They risk their lives every time to put on that shield. And then he makes an aside, but what happened to Tyree in Memphis happens too often. We have to do better. Give law enforcement the training they need, hold them higher standards, help them succeed in keeping everyone safe. We also need more first responders and other professionals to address growing mental health needs, more resources to reduce violent crime, more community intervention programs, more investments in housing, education, job training. And this way we can prevent violence in the first place. When police officers and departments violate the public's trust, we must hold them accountable. Let's commit ourselves to the words of Tyree's mother and make them come true. Something good must come from this. All of us in this chamber, we need to rise in this moment. We can't turn away. Let us do what we know in our hearts we need to do, and let's come together and finish the job on police reform. And again, having sat with this last night and thought about what we'd be doing here today, we owe a great deal of an apology to this plaintiff, and my vote will reflect that.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, any further comments? Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus. I think you're
Yeah.
on round 2. 3
Yeah.
minutes.
Madam Mayor, I'm not even in a position to express thoughts on this because I don't understand the parameters of the agreement. The case is called et al. Mr. Shipman said we were getting signatures. Who are the signing parties to this? I can't believe that they're going to go back into a federal judge and say, we got a document and agreement, but my client didn't even get a chance to look at it before. There's also parameters in there about working on policy changes. I want to understand that. I want to understand the path forward on that. It should have some meaning in there. There's a lot in this settlement that needs to see the light of day. And this council, I'd be fine with a vote saying it's going to come back. We agree conceptually, but it's going to come back to us for a vote on the agreement. That's how I would do it. And I've been asking about this since Friday afternoon. And the fact that they can be looking and negotiating with Ms. Gaska, but not giving us even a draft of it, that's wrong. That is very wrong, and it's disrespectful to this council and the hard decisions we have to make and the accountability that we have to everyone in our community. Lastly, on the attorney-client issue, there are things that go on in attorney-client, but there's also things that are owed of discussion about how we see issues. And I'm disappointed that neither Mr. Hall nor Mr. Thornley provide more information and details on this, okay? I'm available for public comment and interviews afterward if there are questions, and I will say what I know, and I will ask questions that I still have. But I'm disappointed. I think this could have been a very good moment to explain what happened that day, what we've learned, the balance that we have in these big issues. But first and foremost, it had to start with the document that the public and everyone knows the council's entering into on this admission of an excessive force action. It's the first one we've had. And I think it's sad. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. I guess I'm very confused because we spend a lot of time with our city attorney's office on many, many, many different issues, and you keep us very, very informed. And so anytime I've reached out, I can get the information. I would assume that anytime Councilwoman Breckus reaches out, you give her the information. Jonathan, you're probably one of the best people I've ever worked with to be very transparent and give the information. We've also had multiple attorney-client privileges on many, many different issues. This is not any different than what we normally do. Is it? Maybe you want to clarify that? I want to know what your thoughts are.
No, I appreciate it, Madam Mayor. Again, I would just say that, you know, we're kind of limited in what we can talk about here today, and we just don't necessarily want to go down a road where it's going to create a problem, and we would just request and recommend that the council approve the agreement, and if people want to have conversations after the fact or talk about the specifics in an attorney-client scenario, we're more than willing, and our door is always open to do that, so.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah.
Can you hold on, Councilwoman?
I am
ahead.
very supportive of moving forward with this agreement. I think that Ms. Gaska raised a incredibly important point that's going to probably be a pivotal point for our new police chief going forward. And I think it is unfortunate that this was just apparently completed yesterday. It wasn't uploaded earlier when we started the meeting. I had to refresh, and then it is there. So if I just wanted to tell my colleagues.
But I want to make sure that
Yeah.
everyone knows, this isn't the first time the council's hearing this. I mean,
No.
I think, though, that there's some perception with some of the comments that this is the first time the council is hearing this, like we just got it yesterday, and all of a sudden, oh.
No, it was
here is.
finalized. I was
Right.
just saying it was
Okay.
finalized
Yes.
yesterday, and it was uploaded, I think, around the time our meeting started, but we're still learning the system, and I had to refresh. I had to go ask Mr. Shipman, but it is there. That's what main point I want to make, is it is there. It does comport with what Mr. Shipman outlined in terms of the settlement points. One of those points is very important to me, and that is policies and procedures and training going forward. And when we've done other agreements, we've had similar type of clauses, and we have requested that those come forward in a timely manner. So this is for both our attorney and our manager, that we want to see these. We want to know that our new police chief, and I don't know, I think her starting date is a week from now or a few days from now, official.
16th.
What's that?
The 16th.
So a week from now. And I want to make sure that this is put in front of her right away, and that we get some feedback pretty quickly, because we have to approve those policies here. And I don't want it to be a year from now that the policies are changed, whatever they might be. So
I'm not certain that the use of force policies do get approved here. It's a departmental policy.
well, city policies that, I'm on my first, but I have this sense that this should come back. So whether it does or it doesn't, at least I'd like to be informed of where we land. And because it's very important to us. It's not just like a policy on how long is lunch? You know what I mean? It's not a de minimis policy. It's important policy to the whole city. So I just wanted to raise that issue and make sure that we stay engaged with that.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, that being said, we're done with our rounds.
I think I'm allowed one more minute under our rules.
Yeah, but not until we
Okay,
get
oh,
on
okay.
discussion. So
Thank you.
hold on one second. Go ahead. Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I'll move to approve staff recommendations.
All right, I have a
I'll
motion
second.
and a second. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I thought I got one more minute for questions. Mr. Shipman said we are limited in what we can talk about here. I don't understand, because I haven't been able to see the agreement. I'm wondering if there's any confidentiality terms to this. But we don't ask questions at this point, but that is an unanswered question to me. And I just want to also say that here's my knowledge of how this has been discussed. When it came in for a filing, as most things, not all, but most things, go to the city attorney's office and we get a copy. I think we got the city's response. We went into one attorney-client meeting after settlement agreements had already started. Okay, so, and that's all. That's all we have had on this. I've been asking since Friday to see the document. I would have even preferred today a moment to go in that room, to look at the agreement, for us to all understand it, but that was not even given to us. I'm baffled, and I'm also distraught that we're not using this as a moment in time to explain to our public how we landed here, why we landed here, in some way other than, here it is, read it yourself. And by the way, it's not even available to read right now. Maybe it will be, in a half hour.
Madam
Thank
Mayor,
you.
that's
I'll vote
simply
no.
not true. I'm looking at it on my screen right now. It's been
Yes.
uploaded to the document.
Yeah,
A number
yeah.
of us have.
I'm not reading a multi-page document when we're in discussion, because I'm providing the courtesy of my attention to my colleagues.
Okay, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Councilwoman Breckus, but it is here. I want everyone in the public to know that these documents exist. We're all reading them and seeing them, so that is not accurate. So, what Councilwoman Breckus just said. So sometimes it's just a little bit of theatrics. So, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I vote no
Thank
on the
you.
document that
Right,
was
thank
just
you.
uploaded
Thank you,
an hour
Councilmayor.
ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think she had raised her hand.
Oh,
I
did
think
you? I'm
she-
sorry.
yeah.
Go ahead, Megan.
No, I just wanted
Or
to say,
Councilwoman.
yeah, that, I'm also in favor of the settlement, but I do agree that, we should be as informed as possible. And, if we could get these documents earlier and part of our briefings, or however that plays out, but to have it, come up during the meeting is too late, in my opinion. But just to make that clear, I'm in favor, but just, we need to be as informed as possible. This is a big decision.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. I believe, Mr. Clerk, you have that all on record, correct?
Yes, and can I clarify the nay votes?
Go ahead.
Member Breckus was the only one, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Clerk, go ahead.
Okay, with that, we are moving on to item D2.
All right. Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask, do you have any public comment, Mr. Clerk?
We do
It's
have,
so weird, Mr. Clerk. I'm so used to Madam Clerk, but
we'll
Mr.
get used to
Clerk.
it.
I love it, and you're doing a great job, by the way. Thank you for keeping me on track.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
So any public comment?
We do have public comment in the
Perfect.
room. We have 5 total. So first, we will hear from Donna Klontz, followed by Betty Manson.
Good afternoon, Council. I just have a few more public comments about the item you're working on right now. The senior community really appreciates the council setting aside $1 million of the first about $25 million for use for senior activities and senior services. What I'm most concerned about, I did say already in earlier public comment that all of us were surprised that this hit your agenda today. The Senior Advisory Board itself didn't know it was coming. We found out about it by reading the upcoming agenda over the weekend, and so we scrambled to get folks here, and we've done that. I too want to quote a statement out of the President's State of the Union from last night. Let's stand up for the seniors, is what he said. And that's what we are here to do today as well. We have a huge senior community. We have about a third of us here in Washoe County that are 50 and older, and we have nearly 30% of folks that are 60 and older here. So the senior community really is a great participant in everything that happens here in our town. They work to their lives to make our community the way it is today, and we need to listen and respect what they have to say. And I'm really concerned that the senior board itself and the community of seniors didn't know what the document that you have today in your staff report was going to look like until we read it. Some of the items were there before, but the details of what's there now were not there. So I'm just going to say a couple of things about we need an experienced full-time senior coordinator. We used to have one. We used to have several people that were experts in senior life and senior activities and working with seniors, and we have not had that for a while of folks that are actually planning the activities. It's time to enrich those activities. It's time to give us a full day at Paradise Park, for instance, and it's time to give us full schedules of really cool and fun connecting things that seniors around the country and around the world are doing. We need high-speed internet and the ability to stream information. We need those big screen TVs that we're seeing in this room at our centers. So some of the ARPA money really needs to go there, and it's not exactly there right now. We need food banks. 1 out of 6 seniors are hungry in our town, in our state. That's despicable. It's the same as the kids. We shouldn't have hungry people. So 2 new food pantries are wonderful things, and I know the food bank will make those things happen. We need better transportation, but we don't need an in-house transportation system, folks. We're duplicating what we've got already. We have experts in our community at N4, at RTC, at the university, at Access to Healthcare, who are running seniors around town already. It's not as easy as giving a senior a voucher and saying, "Hey, go get in the taxi." It's for 40% of them that don't do Wi-Fi and internet. It's a hand-holding process. So some of my colleagues are here to say more. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Donna.
Next, we have Betty Manson, followed by Lisa J. Jonas.
Hi, my name's Betty Manson, and I live in Ward 3.
Would you mind speaking into the mic so we can hear you?
Yes,
Thanks so much.
of course. My name's Betty Manson, and I live in Ward 3. And I've been here before, and I appreciate you giving us time to re-emphasize what is important to us as seniors. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the state of Nevada and to the city of Reno, where I've resided for the last 16 years. But I'm considering a move to be with the grandchildren. That would be the only reason that would tear me away.
Okay, that's an acceptable answer.
The only answer. But I'm going to miss all of the wonderful things that Nevada has done for me as a senior. I have had a major back injury, and so I've been disabled for some time, and I have limited income. So moving here, I wasn't sure what I was getting into, but I have found it to be a wonderful place, a wonderful place. I'm very pleased, very happy, and I want the best for the people here that I'm going to be leaving because they become good friends, like family.
Aww.
So,
she loved you guys. You can tell.
I do. I love them. So the important thing are the simple things: food, housing, friendship. Those are the things that keep us going as seniors, you know, the support of our community. And you will find that seniors are voters. They're one of the main voters. They still vote. And hopefully a lot of our young people will too. So we hope for that. I'm running out of my time. I did want to talk to you about senior food insecurity. Right now, a lot of Nevadans are hungry because they can't afford to buy groceries because the cost of food is so high anymore. With rising rents adding to the problem, many on low and fixed incomes, between doctors and medicine and gas, and transportation getting to and from. Our statistics on older adults are the fastest growing group who face hunger every day. According to the National Council on Food Security, our older and adult population faces unique food security challenges compared to other age groups. Older Nevadans living at home are at an increased risk of hunger due to poor health condition, lack of reliable social support, and transportation. Low fixed incomes and disability of functional limitations which impact their ability to obtain or prepare food. Having a lower income is a known cause of food insecurity that impacts older Americans. 1 in 6 older adults in Nevada goes hungry. The Food Bank of Northern Nevada has many programs to provide free food boxes and produce and many other wonderful things. So I support setting up 2 new Golden Groceries programs in Reno with AARP funds. Currently, we have one near the Pepper Mill. Since the highest concentration of seniors lives in the Paradise Park neighborhood, we need a new senior pantry to serve them, one located somewhere south of the current pantries. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you.
Next, we have Lisa J. Jonas, followed by Melody Hidley.
Hello, I am Lisa J. Jones. I need to put my glasses on.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello. So I would like to talk to you about senior transportation. Reno needs to solve the transportation problem that exists for seniors to get our recreation centers, to get to our recreation centers, to go on local trips to the movies, museums, and other interesting and educational places. Before COVID, we had 3 small vans that staff used to drive seniors to all these places on a regular basis. I understand that Reno's risk management decided that this was too risky, so employees can no longer drive passengers in city vans. Right now, the cost for using a private company to provide a 15-passenger van to take seniors on outings costs $600. That's $40 per rider. That's really expensive. You could work with RTC or N4 to transport them in smaller groups, and taxis, Lyft, or Uber for a lot less. Here are some other ideas. The city has been transporting the kids in after-school and summer programs to all kinds of activities by contracting with the Washoe County School District to use its buses and drivers. Why not do the same for the seniors? Let's explore that option and see if we can bring down the cost of transporting our seniors again. I think that the idea of an in-house transportation system is not a good idea and will not work. First of all, it duplicates what already has existed in our local transportation agencies, such as RTC, N4, Access to Healthcare, and Sanford Center. Our ARPA transportation dollars should be used to contract with them rather than reinvent the wheel inside the city. Here's why. Organizing rides for seniors is not as simple or giving them a voucher to ride Lyft, Uber, or RTC buses and saying, go ride. Our existing transportation agencies work with seniors every day and know that 40% of our seniors do not use smartphones, that's me, or other technology. They need personalized contact via landline approach to book the rides and stay in touch to make sure the return rides as it should. You need to involve all the agencies that are currently transporting seniors and expand what they're doing rather than do it in-house. Thank you for your time.
Good job.
Next, we have Melody Headley, followed by Robin Nanini.
Hi, my name's Melody Headley, and I've never done this before.
You're doing great so
but
far.
I'd like to thank you for being here and focusing on the seniors. And thank you for what you do. I have 3 questions. Well, more than 3, but this is only the first time that I've heard of this. Well, maybe the second. The first time was at the games. And so I'm feeling like more seniors need to know that this is available. Okay, so that's my first thing. My second thing is I believe that we do need somebody to oversee the Washoe County Senior Services stuff. But I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel because we already had one. We know how much that costs, so we don't need to do that. I think also that I live in Sparks and I can't get a scholarship because I don't live in the city of Reno. However, I do live in the county, but I would like to have more scholarships for more seniors, especially the disabled and closed-in seniors that can't go out or won't go out because they're afraid they'll fall or something. So I would like to see more scholarships. And I would also like to know about how you're going to continue paying for the something called golden groceries. Once they have golden groceries, little places for the seniors, how are you going to continue funding that so that those areas will continue to get the food and resources they need? Then we have the health and wellness thing. Health and wellness is all together. I would like to see it separated into the senior health and wellness, more health fairs like we used to have, The firemen were there, the ambulance. We got all kinds of information for that. So I would like to do that and have health and wellness for children and families. That way the money is separated for seniors and families, and we're not taking from one to the other. This money for seniors is very important. So that's what I have. Thank you very much. Enjoy your day.
So much.
Thank you. Next, we have Robin Nanini.
Good morning. My name is Robin Nannini, Madam Mayor, council members. I'd like to address the ARPA funds for seniors. First, everybody said this. I didn't know about this until Monday. And so we were not notified of anything about this. From what I was told and understood, seniors were going to have input on how the ARPA funds were going to be used. The Senior Citizens Advisory Committee had 4 meetings, which you guys listed on this, for the seniors to be presented and discussed. The first meeting was only a discussion. The second meeting was for possible action, which never happened. The third meeting was for a possible action again, and the fourth meeting, the agenda was not approved. Somewhere along the line, the committee, the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, dropped the ball. And so now our opinions that we placed in those meetings will never be heard. My question is, was there even a public workshop or a presentation or even a questionnaire for the seniors to add any opinion regarding these funds? And if so, who was involved? Where was the public workshop held? How many seniors were notified and attended? Or can we hold a workshop for this for the seniors? You know, if you put it out there that there's going to be a workshop, I guarantee you that seniors will show up. As right now, we lost a lot of our seniors. I think they got hungry. So sorry about that. But I saw like maybe 10 of them leave. I was going, okay. It seems that the staff report is only the action that is going to be considered today regarding the use of these funds. I thought it was the seniors for the seniors, and so the input from the end users should be considered, which is us. I would like to ask the council to put this agenda item aside until we have more senior involvement in this matter. And also on a side note, the senior coordinator, if you get one, where will that senior coordinator be housed? Will it be here at City Hall, and in what location? Would it be in yours, Mayor?
Well, we haven't seen the presentation yet, and so, and I think, you know, the body has a lot of questions. There's still a lot of unknowns. I want to get back to why this wasn't heard, why it wasn't voted on. I mean, some of that is water under the bridge, but we got to get back to the senior services that I was really proud of at one time. I thought it was like the best in the city, and I don't know where it went wrong. So, and I apologize, I'm not supposed to speak during your public comment. This is your time.
No, that's
So
fine.
you go ahead.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, no, I appreciate that. So that's all I have for now. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, that is it for the in-the-room public comments. For the record, we received 2 comments which were directly associated with this agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on the reno.gov meeting portal. They included 1 in favor and 1 concerned. Additionally, we do have 1 voicemail and have our technical difficulties fixed, so we'll hear that now.
Okay, great, thank you. And then just to let you know, just because I have to get up for a second, then after we hear this voicemail, Noemi is going to give us a presentation, and then I have a lot of questions to bounce off of you guys from some of the comments from the seniors, and then the entire body is going to ask questions. But what I would like to do is see Noemi's presentation, and then this body will weigh in, and we can go down that road. So I just wanted to let everyone know. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I feel like I should call you Mr. like.
I'll take whatever.
What,
Oh, LaQuee is my last name.
Mr.
LaQuee.
Clerk LaQuee?
Oh, that.
No, someone says we call you Cheese?
Oh, we'll talk later. All right, we have a voicemail.
All right, take it away, sir. Thanks so much.
Good morning. My name is Pakala Choi, and I chair the City of Reno Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. I am a senior who lives on a low and fixed income. I am here today to support the proposed allocation plan of nearly $1 million the City Council has set aside for ARPA funds for senior resources. While I don't believe this allocation attacks the serious need to end senior isolation and depression, a very serious issue in Washoe County, it does establish two great pilot projects that will benefit seniors and continue a much-needed educational component. We do have to start somewhere. The ARPA funds proposal from city staff addresses transportation, health and wellness, and education. Transportation needs of seniors is addressed by allowing them to travel to and from City of Reno parks and rec facilities, visit a city park, of which there are 87, attend city-sponsored events, attend meetings at City Hall or of the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, or make a trip to the proposed Golden Groceries location. Being able to get to these locations has been a concern of seniors since Parks and Rec ended using vans to transport them. The establishment of a food pantry designated for seniors via the Food Bank of Northern Nevada's Golden Groceries program, a program which is aimed specifically at seniors, providing fresh fruits and vegetables, low sodium offerings, and diabetic-friendly choices in the 89512 zip code of the city is much needed, as presently there is not a pantry in the area. 1 in 10 seniors in the city of Reno are food insecure. The Senior Citizen Advisory Committee created a series of smartphone classes in partnership with TMCC's Silver College. The classes were well attended and popular. The classes offered basic skills for seniors and using the technology. The proposal will expand on the basics that were offered and include smartphone safety, how to use various apps, do face-to-face conversations, etc. There will also be offered additional classes with using computers and tablets. If you know me, you know I believe in diversity. These classes will be offered in English and Spanish as well as other languages when they are needed. This is very positive for Reno seniors. As for the proposal of the Senior Program Coordinator, the City of Reno is long overdue for a position dedicated to seniors, which is a rapid growing segment of the city's population. There should be actually an Office of Senior Affairs. This position will fill a great need as city staff works hard currently, and this position will assist in getting done what needs to be done for seniors. Ms. Gomez Martinez deserves recognition for the outstanding job she's done in creating these 3 areas of allocation of the ARPA funds to serve Reno seniors. I ask Council to approve this staff recommendation, which will benefit Reno seniors and myself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Ms. Gomez, the floor is yours, and welcome. We get to see you a lot behind the scenes, but I think this might be our first time seeing you here at the podium, and so I'm super excited for you.
Excited to be here today.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, members of the council. Noemi Guez Martinez for the record. I'm here today to provide a presentation on the proposed plan for the senior ARPA allocations. On January 26th of last year, council approved the first half of the ARPA dollars. Of the $24 million, $1 million was allocated towards senior services. Since then, we've developed a plan as to how the funds can be allocated towards senior services, programs, and initiatives. Seniors do make up 15.3% of the Reno population, and the city is committed to continuing to serve our senior community. So as we were developing the proposed plan, it was guided from the following 3 principles. First, it was through a public engagement process, which included getting feedback through community engagement, through the listening tours from the Nevada Recovers in partnership with the Treasury's office, and collaborative meetings as well. We've also heard and got feedback from the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, and in addition, this proposed plan is aligned with the City Council's overarching goals and priorities. The plan also is in alignment with the Department of Treasury as well. This is a timeline of the development of the plan. As mentioned, in the fall of 2021, there was a public outreach component. On the 26th of January of last year, that's when you all approved the first ARPA allocations. These were following was meeting with the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, where we were able to provide feedback and input. The plan was adjusted multiple times. Since we are here now today to provide what that plan looks like. This is an overview of the proposed programming. I will be elaborating on each of the following projects. As you can see, the overall arching goal is to help combat senior isolation. This goal was guided through the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee input that we received, and it is embedded throughout the entirety of the plan. Starting with the Golden Groceries Community Market, this market is an extension of the successful pilot program from the Food Bank of Northern Nevada, Golden Groceries. The community market will focus on meeting the nutritional needs of our seniors in our community by offering fresh fruits and vegetables and foods with high nutritional value. Seniors will also have the opportunity to shop, not feeling rushed, similar to what you see here on this image. They'll have the opportunity to engage with other seniors and people from the community. The community market will also serve as a nutritional hub for seniors, where they'll be able to get additional resources and services as needed. The Food Bank of Northern Nevada will be leading this initiative, and they will be determining the locations based on where these markets will be located based on the needs of our seniors in our community with high insecurity needs. It is projected that this community market will be successful. We anticipate that this will be a sustainable model, so it would pilot the community groceries market for it to continue. The goal is to open one market, and then the Food Bank of Northern Nevada will reassess to open a second location. The second proposed project is to provide financial support towards senior tours. This is already an existing program at the city. This program provides the opportunity for seniors to visit different locations across the region. This includes concerts, museums, dances, special events, all with the goal to get them to come out and socialize and provide an opportunity to meet others in the community as well. The ARPA funds will be used to go towards the cost of the charter buses to offset the cost of what it costs for seniors to attend the senior tours, which are very well received within our senior community. Following are another senior program is technology classes. In 2021, the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee did sponsor 10 classes. There were free classes for our seniors where they had the opportunity to learn how to use their phone and apps. It was very successful. There was 119 seniors that participated. Through the use of the ARPA funds, they will facilitate in offering these free classes with an add-on of not only learning how to use the phones, but also technology such as laptops and tablets, with an add-on of a bilingual option to be able to reach more seniors in our community, with the goal to increase their independence. Technology advances quite frequently in how to use technology and also interact with their peers. Continuing with the plan is a transportation program. The transportation program, the goal is to help reduce the transportation barriers and increase senior engagement opportunities. Seniors will be able to use shared rides to participate in City of Reno functions and facilities. We would want to increase their engagement in the community. This could include coming to Reno City Council meetings just like this one. Maybe they want to go to the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee or a technology class or visit the Golden Groceries. So these transportations programs will allow us to provide an opportunity for our seniors to continue the engagement within the City of Reno and not have it be a barrier, especially with those with fixed incomes. This transportation program will supplement existing transportation assistance in our region. The last proposed allocation is to hire a full-time senior program coordinator. The coordinator will be responsible for the program development and execution of all the proposed programs that we discussed here today. These are substantial projects and will require significant project management. And with the assistance of the senior program coordinator, we'll be able to meet these needs, provide support to our senior community here in Reno, and also they would provide the engagement and outreach. With this, is this a proposed plan for the senior ARPA allocations? And I will open it up for further discussion.
Okay, thank you. Naomi, Noemi.
Yes.
Ooh. Is this your first time here? I don't remember another presentation. You did a phenomenal job.
Thank you.
Were you nervous?
You know, I'm excited to really express what we have
You
here
didn't
to
seem
offer.
nervous at all. I think you did a wonderful job because I just know, like, when it's, you know, the first time and people are getting up, it can be a little bit nerve-wracking, but I thought you did a tremendous job. Good. I'm super proud. Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's start with some questions. I'm going to go to Vice Mayor Reese. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez Martinez. Can we start first with the slide about the outreach? I sort of wanted to think about this because you had a number of seniors both in public comment, and I think it's been some emails and the like that talk about how engaged the seniors have been able to be in the process. Because ultimately, this body wants to make sure that we make not necessarily like dais or staff level budgets, but we want budgets to come from the bottom up, right? So can we get to that slide, Mr. Clerk? So one of the things that helped me to understand how we arrived at today really was the process that we engaged in as a city when we decided that we would tag or piggyback on to the state's, we'll call it listening tour. So I'm taking myself back then in time to the fall of 2021. And I remember there were discussions at this council that we thought, look, we want people to know what we're going to go spend these monies on, right? And we said, well, we have two options here. Either option A is we're going to have to hold a bunch of roundtables and different kinds of gatherings, community events, or what we ultimately, I think, agreed on as a body is to engage with the state. So there were something like 970 statewide meetings about how communities could spend the money that was being received by the federal government. And I think that your first slide too had a picture, and now I'm remembering we were at the Neal Road Community Center. That first picture there on the left really informs my decision about how I think about it. This is not something that happened overnight. I don't think it's something where you, Ms. Gomez Martinez, like specifically said, I know what's best for seniors and I'm going to pick these things. But it was through that process that the state's listening tour unfolded, where we came to identify issues that involve seniors and one of the most impacted communities by the pandemic, and therefore why the Department of Treasury has so many regulatory guidelines about why we do it. So I think, using that backbone, which was extensive. I mean, literally hundreds and hundreds of meetings, which thousands of people statewide participated on in person, electronically. They could email. I think Treasurer Conine led that effort. So I make an assumption that from that, we then started to pare it down into what we could glean from that, which then went into various of the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. And I have not been to any of those meetings recently, so I know that from your presentation, you identified those things. And so how we arrived today, and I think Paco LaChoy's voicemail, I think, is pretty instructive to me and sort of informs my thought process, which is no one believes this is perfect. No one believes that this is all of the things that we should do for our seniors. This is a start, and it's the allocation of those ARPA dollars that we began the discussion about in February of 2021 that it makes us and arrives us here today. So I just sort of wanted to lay the table in that regard because I think it is helpful. Because what our body wants is we want our seniors to have a role in how the money is allocated. And so to the extent that that's true, I think it's reflective of the document. We'll see how my colleagues take the issue with the rest of the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Could you continue this to the next couple slides? And there's this one. that talks about the timeline, and this is where I'm a little confused, because I agree with Councilmember Reese that we did delegate the listening sessions to Zach Conine with the Treasurer's Office. But this shows that we visited in with the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee 3 times, February, April, and September. And is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And I just wonder, was it not advertised in such a way that the seniors knew to come and participate? Is that where the gap is, do you think?
The agenda item was posted on the agenda.
I know, but sometimes that's not enough. It's just because they're not regularly checking in and don't know when a big item's coming up. So I think that could be a lesson learned, is just how to better get our information out. You obviously made a sincere commitment to visit with the seniors. It's not like you developed this in a huddle and then you brought it to council and you didn't stop in 3 times in the last year. That's how I'm reading this. But we've heard different. And we've also heard the chair on a recorded comment say that he supports this, but we've heard other members maybe say they don't. So, or the nuances, you know, the details, devil's in the details. They like the big picture. They think we should have a coordinator. But, you know, one person earlier today said the coordinator's job was for 2 or 3 people. And today I heard maybe the coordinator would be doing the wrong things later today. So I just wanted to clarify that. And it's a challenge to our staff. How can we do this better? Because our every intent is to make sure that the recommendations, my recommendation would have been that there should have been probably a final wrap up from September to now is 6 months. And so they don't have the benefit of what your final recommendation is and to parlay that with you. So that would be a recommendation on anybody doing public comment with various boards, is to get the final proposal vetted and get those comments, you know, closer to this meeting, whenever, you know.
And I believe, was this on the agenda? I just want a clarification because I don't know. But was this on
Which
the
agenda?
last agenda of the senior meeting?
No, that's what I'm saying. It was on February, April, and September.
Just so to clarify, Madam Mayor, it was on the agenda for the January meeting.
The 9/13.
Oh, it was?
It was. The board just did not approve the agenda.
Oh.
So they didn't get the opportunity to.
Oh, they didn't approve the agenda?
No, but there was public comment.
But they didn't approve the agenda.
So
it
was there no
on
meeting?
there, so we were going to see it. Is that correct, Donna?
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, they ended the
Non-action?
meeting.
Thank you, because that is an important detail.
Yeah.
You did have it on the agenda.
It was in the agenda.
The other thing I want to be careful about is like, I want to make sure that there's action in there for the board to take, because I think sometimes we do get a little bit lost on the staff side, where the staff believes, and I'm not saying this to you in general, and this body knows this, anyone that's sat up here long enough with me, when we do our budget, one of the things that I'm pretty vocal about, and no, Amy, I'm not meaning to look at you, because you wouldn't know this, but one of the things I'm really vocal about is making sure that it is not a staff-driven budget. And I feel strongly about this and our boards and commissions. That's why we appoint people on there. If it was staff-driven, then we would not have boards and commissions. We have got to make sure that those are really, really independent and that those boards and commissions are weighing in and doing the work. I've literally sat on Arts and Culture Commission. That was like right whenever I became a council member. And I couldn't believe the amount of how much staff had driven that board. And that's whenever I was like, this has got to change. It's the people on the board that have to have, and I feel so bad, Noemi, you're getting like the front of this, but I'm making it, I just want to like sort of also send this message to, you know, all of our staff, and honestly, your lives will be easier too if you let them make the decisions, because that's what they're there for. And I listen, I am 100% behind our staff. I love our staff. We have the most talented people that we get to work with here, and I'm super grateful. But sometimes I do think, and like I said, I saw it at Arts and Culture, where staff drove the board. And we got to be really, really careful of that. And I want to make sure that that doesn't happen here. So sometimes you'll see, You know, because staff puts those reports together, and it will say for possible action or action. We need to let those boards and commissions make action, and then it can come back to the council, and then we can sort of do that. And then it also alleviates staff from being sort of in this middle place. And when the staff gets in a middle place, it becomes a little bit, you know, sort of like back and forth, and then the middleman. So it never works. I've never seen it work, which is really unfortunate, but that's kind of the way it should be, is that the people that are appointed on those boards need to be making the decisions. I would say too, the money allocated for seniors, the intent was really that allocation needed to be for seniors by seniors, and especially with seniors. I think what's gonna help too is having this person, what do we call them, a coordinator?
That's what we call them, yes.
We call him a coordinator, that like eat, sleep, and breathe, because we did, like Daryl, loved Daryl, everyone that I know that we've worked with over the years, this is just their bailiwick and their biggest passion. And sometimes I do think there are some people in this department, not you at all, but that are working with the seniors that don't realize the true needs of what they need, and they're sort of just going through the motions in their job over on the Parks and Rec side. I've experienced myself sort of the pushback, and I don't appreciate it, and I want to make sure that that our seniors are, you know, they're held up here in European countries. Your seniors are here, and so we need to do whatever we possibly can to make sure that they're taken care of. I want to clarify though, with that coordinator, what does that look like? Because I am going to get phone calls of people saying, oh my God, you terrible city council, you're gonna pay $240,000 for a coordinator. And I want to let everyone know that that's not what the job pays and what it entails. So maybe talk a little bit about what that is.
Yeah, so the coordinator, the money set aside is set aside for the coordinator in regards to being able to execute all the projects in a length. We have, as mentioned here, the project minimum length of 2 years. So they would be here to support all the proposed programming, in addition to being able to provide the engagement component. We would work with our HR department to get all the details and fine tune the process.
Okay, so are you telling me if that's 2 years, a coordinator, I mean, is that 1 or 2 coordinators, 3, because we heard some public comment on that? Or am I right that it's $120,000 a year, it looks like? I mean, I'm confused. What does that look like?
I'm gonna default to our HR.
Go ahead.
All right, good afternoon, council. So as it relates to the senior program coordinator, that would be.
Would you mind stating your name for the record? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Jill Atkinson, interim director of human resources for the city. It would be one full-time equivalent position, so it's essentially a 40-hour a week full-time position, just one. And for the bargain price, quite honestly, of $240,000, that would include 2 years of base wage and benefits for that position.
And what's the requirement? What do you need to apply for that job?
So a position of this nature would require the minimum of a bachelor's degree in a field of social work, psychology, or sociology, as well as a minimum of 4 years of professional experience working with adult and senior populations in a social services context.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And it's under Parks and Rec, correct? It's under Parks and Rec.
Where would it live?
My understanding is at this point that hasn't been finalized, but there are discussions that it is potentially under Parks and Rec or our community department. It would be where it is most appropriately situated based upon the needs of the program.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. All right, questions. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, since Ms. Atkinson is up here, so it's going to be advertised as a limited term position then?
That's correct.
Okay, that's good, because I think what I'm getting from the budgeting is that we're below projections on, our revenue sources. And I think that if we're going to add, I think it's going to be tough budgeting. And if we're going to add positions to deploy the ARPA money, which, you need people to do that, they need to be limited term. I really, this is a specialized position. Maybe someone will get absorbed into the budget at some point, but they need to be limited term. So that's the senior program coordinator. Is it a management analyst? I mean, it's a position we already have, right? Or are you going to civil service to create a new position?
So it would be a distinct classification because the nuance of what this position would perform is very specialized
Okay.
for the requirements
Okay,
of the job.
yeah, I'm not gonna guess how you go about that, but it would, okay. I thought, we have rec coordinators, I just thought they were broad enough to take in someone like that. Now, the senior transportation program, okay, that one, I was wondering, was the idea, and I think, good presentation. There could have been a little more clarity, like a table, putting a little more things in there. I think maybe could have diffused some of the concerns. But the transportation provider, is that just giving money to what, that Care Rides or that nonprofit? Was that what you were thinking about doing? That RTC has a relationship with?
So we would partner with providers, for example, like Lyft or Uber, depending who we will partner for the transportation program. The senior coordinator would fine tune all the details for the transportation program and analyze what would make the best sense for the program.
So you don't have it detailed that much, because the one person did say, oh, that's a big load, and I agree, especially if they're running this, contracting vending. There is, many years ago, before I came on the council, I sat on the RTC Citizen Advisory Committee, and RTC has a nonprofit, I can't remember what they're called, something rides, and they discount taxi rides and have that whole thing. So I would explore maybe throwing the money over to there and then scoping it out for senior eligibility. I think that's you don't want to, reinvent the wheel, haha. And then the food bank one I think is a good one. The one thing I would say, just to offer since we got into process, many years ago at the city, it was maybe, 2004, 2005, they had a good training department and a really good citywide training program went into effect on public engagement. So, it's really good if you're going through an iterative process to explain the process. We're coming here, we're coming here, we're coming here. We're not going to bounce back to you on the recommendations. They're going straight to council on this date. So everyone's clear, where the roadmap of decision-making and building a proposal is. I see time and time again some fine-tuning with different departments that don't do a lot of public engagement on, kind of initiatives. So maybe for training opportunities, think about, and there's, I'm sure tutorials, but because I do think people brought some concerns of process, and maybe that was just because it wasn't really clear as you embarked upon these serial meetings where you were going, and the touch point of how they will stay engaged as the money rolls out as an advisory committee group. So I would encourage this effort to create a public involvement plan for the use of these funds during the life of these, so that's what I encourage, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
One other thing, no disrespect to Uber or Lyft, I don't want seniors getting into rideshare because they take extra attention, and because we had a program before, why do we not? I feel like something really changed when we got back from COVID when it came to on the senior side, and I don't know what that was. But what happened to sort of everything? And our program was really solid. So now I'm hearing the staff is saying that it's a liability issue when we were doing that, I think for years, transporting seniors. So I don't know if you know, Noemi, about why that is. Do we have someone?
I am familiar with that portion besides the liability. But
let me ask you this for the city manager. This is under Parks and Rec. We do not have a Parks, right? It's under Parks and Rec?
Yes, the senior programming is under Parks and Rec.
Okay, so right now we don't have a Parks and Rec director.
Well, we have a Parks and Rec director starting in March, but right now, yes, we have Ms. Santoyo is overseeing Parks
Okay, but she typically doesn't do that, and so right now, we don't have really a Parks and Rec director.
No, that's right, but I do know that we did have, I don't have necessarily all of the historical knowledge, but I am at least anecdotally aware of changes in policies and things like that related to the risk profile that was acceptable, and related to, sort of certain administrative decisions by the immediately past Parks and Rec director to better run the
Okay.
Parks and Rec department.
And Jill, how can you, because you're like in civil service, this is under civil service, right? You're being HR, I gotta tell you, so critical to have someone that understands seniors and sort of, eats and sleeps and breathes, the population that really understands it. Something really went wrong here, and I don't know what it was, but ever since that we came back from COVID, the whole program seemed to change. I don't want that to be the case. And so can you talk a little bit, like, how are you gonna go find this very special person?
Jill Atkinson, Interim Director of Human Resources for the record. So I really appreciate that question because I think it is very important that we get the person with the right skill sets to be successful, because this is a lot of money and this is a lot of investment. And so as we have discussed what this position could look like, we were very intentional at looking at what are the skill sets this person needs to come in with, which is where we landed in terms of the educational requirements. Social work, psychology, and sociology will prepare somebody with foundational theoretical knowledge to be very well equipped to come in and perform the work. That is also then paired with a minimum experience requirement, which is that 4 years of professional experience working with adult and senior populations in a social services setting so that they will be well versed in many of the nuances and uniquenesses that our senior populations encounter on a daily basis to be very effective in cultivating these programs, creating that education and outreach mechanisms that really connect with that particular population. When we are looking at where we recruit from, this is where the compensation component of this is important because when we are looking at where these people might reside, where they might currently work, we need to be very competitive in a marketplace to try to draw some of those folks in who have these skill sets. Generally speaking, you might find people of this nature working in nonprofits that specialize in support services for senior citizen communities, other health and human services departments or functions in different government entities, which is where, when we were looking at appropriate compensation, it was important that we were competitive on that front. And we have placed it tentatively in a place where it does make us competitive and an appealing organization to join, even though it is a limited term.
Okay.
That can be one of the drawbacks. And so we're trying to balance all of these things to make sure that we do get the right person.
Okay, thank you so much. My time is up. I think Councilwoman Doer.
Councilmember Ebert, who is the liaison to senior services.
Well, here's the thing. I don't love this system up here.
I know.
It's not refreshing on my end, so if you want to speak, just like flag me down or put your
I just meant
your
she
bottle
needed a
up.
first time
Okay.
before I got a second.
I know, but I think I'm missing some of you, so
Yeah.
just let me know.
Yeah. So I did have some comments. I was on Zoom when we tried to have that meeting that got canceled because of, they didn't approve the agenda. I do think that maybe we should push this back just so that we can have this on a meeting, just so we can get more feedback. I know that we're on a timeline. I know that we have until 12/31/24 to have funds allocated, which sounds like it's a way out, but we only have until 12/31/26 to get the funds spent. So I know that we're, we don't have unlimited time here. And I, being new to this role as a liaison for this advisory board, I've worked a lot with Paco, who is in favor of this allocation of funds. But I have not heard a lot of feedback from other members of the community. So I think that we should maybe, get a little bit more feedback. I know that there has been a lot, but also too, I just want to remind people, this is ARPA funds. This isn't just City of Reno funding this, forever. This is kind of a one-time funding of these services. So just keep in mind that this is not the only services that we're going to be providing for seniors. This is just, what we're going to be doing with these ARPA funds. So if the council, I'm not sure what the process is to move things out, but if we can vote on this after we've had an opportunity to have another meeting, and if it's possible for staff to push a little bit more, I don't know, it's not advertising, but just more notice that this meeting is coming up, and it's important because we're going to be discussing allocation of funds to get more participation. I think that would be, a good thing to do for the community.
Okay, so because we did not have the meeting, I would like to recommend that we do one more and have that final meeting. And I would ask the seniors to approve the agenda, even sometimes, just to be able to have the conversation, right? So that we can make sure that there's still comments, because that didn't accomplish anything. And so I think that's where the heartburn is that we don't feel like there's been a final sort of say in the direction. I think everyone's feeling really positive about what you're proposing. There are some details. I think Councilwoman Breckes brought up some good points, but some details about the transportation that I don't love. And I think seniors have to have complete buy-in, or you're always going to get a lot of pushback. It's just going to be how it is.
Right.
And that's not going to be good for anyone. We won't end up moving forward. And Noemi, I think you'll get frustrated, and they'll be frustrated. And so, because I've been doing seniors for 10 years, and it's just been sort of one of a very personal, I think, feeling. And especially, many of us up here, we all have senior parents, all of us. So we understand in great detail what it takes. I have to have a lot of patience with my mom. I could never imagine putting her in an Uber, the poor Uber driver, okay? It's not my poor mom, but the poor Uber driver. Just kidding, Mom, in case you're watching this, because sometimes you watch his council meetings. But love you. But just things that where we know that they're very comfortable and very safe, but also, are we moving in the right direction? I know Paco thinks we do, and everyone might. And listen, we're all not going to always agree, but if we can sort of get to a percentage it's overwhelmingly supportive, then I think we're doing a good job. So I want to just sort of see from the seniors that are here, are we going in the right direction? I feel like we are. We need to have, the sort of a final overview and look at what feedback you can take from them.
So I am ready for comment.
Go
I
ahead.
think that's a great idea personally. I don't know what our time constraints are, but it sounds like we could take a pause and have that final meeting. Also, I just have to, an administrative note, I don't know that people have to approve the agenda. The county doesn't do it. They feel like it's not necessary to have a meeting is to approve the agenda. We do it here, but it doesn't mean that it must be at every, and I'm not even sure we do it urban forestry. So I don't know if it's uniformly applied, that not approving the agenda. But a side note.
They did actually, I think they consulted with somebody, city attorney, I forget who.
Well, if it was posted that way, but I'm just saying it doesn't necessarily have to have that as an action item on the agenda. But anyway, moving on to the details. I'm really excited about the training. You had a very successful training last year on technology. And I just wanted to put a note that I've already reached out to one of the senior communities in South Reno, which is a senior affordable living, and they would love to have that program down there. I think I've already spoken to our staff. So while it might be here, it might also be distributed, to various other places without having to, bring in 25 people to do it. Like, let's bring it to them so we can jump over this transportation issue and just get it right where it's needed at the location. Secondly, I'm very excited about transportation. I've heard about this for years. I had my own, you're speaking about our parents, my own father having to get to only the medical appointments with the RTC access. And one of the challenges I think that really frustrates seniors is that they might call this group or reserve a spot, but there's always like a 45-minute maybe waiting period, or you have to get there 45 minutes ahead of the doctor appointment, and then you might not be picked up for an hour after the doctor appointment, so an hour doctor appointment might stretch out to 3 hours, and that's just a lot of waiting around and time. So I'm excited about a transportation coordinator, and I personally think that you should reach out, or they should access all the transportation modes, you know, whether it's cars, vans, school buses. I just think that the broader we think about it, the better, because they may have different availability, okay? And then lastly, about the project manager, I'm very excited about it. Everyone's already talked about it, so I don't want to take a lot of time about it. But I don't think that any kind of criticism should be like the job's too big. We got to start somewhere. We've been trying to get some positions here to do other jobs too, and those jobs are huge too. But we do have to start somewhere, and I'm excited that this is part of the program, and I want to give an acknowledgement to that. One more thing on the training. I've heard from seniors too, they don't have a cell phone, they want one. And I don't know if there are low-cost programs that get cell phones and such into seniors' hands like there are for schools, to get technology into schools. But I don't know. I don't know if that's a possibility, or like the simplest phone, you know, the large phone with the big buttons. I got one for my mom. She really liked it, but she wanted a smartphone. She wanted to be able to, she was smart and she wanted a smartphone. So I think if there's an adjunct to the program about the training to provide a cell phone, I don't know. So just something else to look into. Thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to sort of register my last comments because it sounds like the will of the body is ultimately to provide a little bit more time. One thing I want to say is, and I want to focus on what I view as the absolute positives. I view this as a budget, right? I view this as $1 million allocation. And the two items in the budget, which I think are just phenomenal, are the senior program coordinator, which is a limited term, as Councilmember Breckus has pointed out, which I hope ultimately might mean that we will absorb it into the Parks and Rec budget as we go forward, right? It's a start, as Councilmember Dewar said. I also think the Golden Groceries Community Market is an outstanding program, and working with the food bank is really the way to go. Councilmember Ebert is right, too, that this is not the only money that we want to direct in this direction. This is the ARPA allocations. I think the senior program coordinator is going to help us make the other additional additions to that, right? The way that we move forward, this will be the start. It will not be the end. The last thing I will just say is I think it's true for us. You know, we have 7 persons on this body, and sometimes we have 7 different ideas. I like tennis, somebody else likes dogs, somebody likes food insecurity. My guess is with $1 million, you'll never get complete buy-in from everybody in the room. But that they are engaged and are heard, I think, is the important part. And so I just want to make sure that we're honoring them and their commitment to do the work that they do. Because I don't think, again, you heard the chair of the Senior Access Advisory Committee, Paco LaChoy, said, hey, vote on this today. This is great. I think Ms. Klontz would disagree and wants to take a little bit measured approach. You're going to have disagreements among that group of people because they're smart, they're engaged, they know what they're talking about. So I'm more looking at it as like kind of a broad brush saying, I like the Golden Grocery Community, I like the program coordinator. I'm not as sold on the transportation allocation because, like Councilmember Breckus, I would rather see that be dedicated towards an existing provider. It might be RTC, it might be someone else. I don't know that. I don't necessarily also want to artificially constrain the decisions that are made. You've done a good job of trying to take 5,000 pieces of information and distill it down into a document that would allow us to vote on it. Congratulations to you, Ms. Gomez-Martinez, because that is almost impossible to do, and you've done it here. And again, I'm not going to focus too minutely on the ways in which you've allocated each of the $20,000 buckets, because I think ultimately you can get close, and then we're going to have a leap of faith. And then ultimately it's going to be incumbent upon us in budgetary times to make the commitments as we move forward. Let's get started. Let's make those decisions. And again, no objections from me to moving this out until after the senior committee has the opportunity to hear it. And as the at-large member, I'll try to attend that meeting as well. Thank you so much.
All right. Kathleen Taylor, or Councilwoman Taylor, I am so sorry. Go ahead.
You're fine. No, I mean, thank you so much for the presentation. I had a question. Why was the agenda not approved at the discussion meeting, if you know, please?
There was changes made to the agenda and it wasn't posted with the updates for the required 4 days notice. So they requested that the changed agenda not be approved due to lack of notice.
So to clarify for the agenda, it was an information item only. The presentation was, we had presentations with all of the feedback collected. This presentation that was going to happen in January was just going to provide information and an update as to what we're bringing forward. And so since it wasn't an action item, they did not approve because it was an informational update.
Because they wanted
presentation.
to take action.
Yes, and this,
Okay.
yeah, and we were just, we were providing
Well,
feedback.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to listen to Noemi. Please. So they didn't want to approve the attendees did not want to approve the agenda? Because they didn't
Correct.
want to list the presentation?
Because the agenda item was listed as information only, they were receiving an updated presentation on the feedback that was provided from the previous meetings. So it was an information only, and they wanted it to be it wasn't an action item, and so it was not approved.
And the same information that you're presenting today would have been presented to them at that meeting?
Correct.
Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay. I guess it's the will of the body to push this. I would not be in favor of pushing it. I would vote on it today in favor, but I'm not sure that is the majority. Thank you very much.
And I would say this is why we're going, for this very reason, this is why we're going back. Because it needed to be an action item where everyone said we're on the same page.
Right.
And you had non-action on that. And that is why they didn't approve it, is what I'm hearing.
Right.
But my point is, at the very end of the process, the board, like I said, should be able to weigh in on that and have that action. Do I think that was the proper way to probably handle it? Probably not. Probably should have been, hey, before we get there, and that's kind of like the sign off so that the board, like we are going to do right now, this process, we're going to sort of sign off. So I think that Councilwoman Taylor, the reason they didn't vote is because they wanted to make sure this was the sign off, they were good with what they were seeing, and they weren't able to do that with it agendized in that format, is what I'm thinking, correct?
Well, they were going to get the information, and they can provide feedback based on the information, asking the questions after the presentation. The action item can reference this at the end. Our council member, the body determines where the funds go, which is when we were doing the presentations prior, we were collecting the feedback, the inputs, going back and forth, adjusting the plan. And so this presentation was going to provide that with the opportunity for questions, of course.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I think it's just a really basic point, though. These advisory boards want to be able to advise. And that is, I think, the missing piece. It's staff's perspective that they should just give input and not take a vote. And I think it's an important pivot point, whether it's arts and culture, they want to take a vote. Whether it's urban forestry, they want to take a vote. They don't want to just sit there and not be able to fully express their perspective. And that's how they do it, is with a vote. So it was a judgment call. And I think it puts into relief this kind of critical issue amongst all of our boards, is what is their role and do they get to register their opinion in somewhat formal way? And that's what they're looking for, and I support that, frankly.
Okay, Councilwoman Ebert, you want to give us a motion?
Okay, bear with me. I'd like to make a motion to push, to continue.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Thank
Good
you.
job.
Thank
Great
you.
job, Noemi. I think you did amazing. Amazing. You should
Appreciate
be
it.
super
Thank
proud.
you.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, go ahead. Take it away.
I'm sorry, can I get a clarification on the first and second?
Yes, so it was a first, Councilwoman Ebert gave us the motion, and it was seconded by Councilman Reese.
Okay, perfect. And we are ready to move on to item F1, ordinance adoption for bill number 7228.
1 second. We're just giving everyone 1 minute.
Are we taking a 5-minute recess? Is that what you said?
I would like to get through this agenda. We can take a 5 minute, but I want to like get
It
through.
has to be 5 minutes.
It's got to be 5 minutes. Okay, go for it. Mr. Clerk, we are back. I feel like still it's so weird, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, we are ready to move forward. We are on item F1, ordinance adoption.
All right, hold on. Let me see if I can get my computer here to follow along. It wasn't letting me in. What am I doing wrong? I'm learning this new system. Okay, got it. All right, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, ready to move forward with item F1?
All right, do you have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
And Madam Mayor, if I could, John Shipman, City Attorney's Office, if I could read the bill.
Please go right ahead.
Thank you. This is ordinance number 6647, ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code Title II, Chapter 2.08 to modify the frequency and number of required meetings of the Financial Advisory Board.
Move to adopt.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, hold on one second. All right, Mr. Clerk, go right ahead.
Okay, we are now moving on to item G1. And this is a discussion of potential appointment to up to 3 individuals for the Ward 4 NAB.
Okay, thank you so much. I am going to send it to Ward 4. Go ahead.
So it looks like only one applicant. It's Kathleen Egan, and I move to appoint.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Just really quickly, Councilwoman, how many, it looks like you have quite a few openings on your board?
Yeah, I'm still working on getting people to apply.
Okay.
Work in progress.
Okay, yeah. Let us know. Maybe we can help push out.
And they have to live in my ward,
Yeah.
right? I've had people ask me.
Not necessarily, if I may.
Yeah,
Madam Mayor.
please weigh in.
The way it was set up is you can appoint someone that lives in the unincorporated county,
Okay.
not Sparks, but unincorporated county around your
Okay.
city ward. And almost all of us have done that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and now we're moving on to item G2, I believe.
We are.
Okay.
Item G2, and this is for appointment for up to 5 individuals for the Ward 5 NAB.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we're going to send it to Kathleen Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry,
I wish-
Councilwoman Taylor.
I wish to appoint Jeff Harvey.
All right. Second. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, moving right along, item G3. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
I do not.
Ward 4 appointee to the Human Rights Commission. I'm going to send it right back to you, Councilwoman Ebert.
I move to appoint Denise Reed.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those in favor? Or all those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, item G4, Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
I do not.
All right, at this time, I would like to appoint again Alex Velto. Do I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to have some discussion on this. Oh,
Let me get a second.
Can we get
first.
Mr. Reese here? Isn't
No.
he doesn't
hold
want to
on.
be present
Do
for
I
this
have-
one?
You're jumping in, hold on a second. Do I have a second? So for
second.
discussion, okay, so I have a motion and a second. Go
I'd
ahead,
like my three.
Councilwoman Breckus.
I'd like my 3 minutes. We usually, per our rules, have 3 minutes ahead of time. And I'm going to note that Mr. Reese is not present for this appointment. Mr. Velto is a partner of his law firm, correct? Is that why he's not here? You don't think what? They work together in the same law firm?
They work together, but I don't believe
Okay,
Mr. Velto is a
okay.
partner.
Usually when people have a conflict, they explain at the table I have a conflict, they don't walk off. So I just wanted to know how that would be handled, but the ethics are a disclosure, abstention, or a personal choice. I was reviewing something and I maybe missed his perspective, his disclosure. So, Madam Mayor, the Planning Commission recommended Sylvia Villanueva. Now, you said that previously that Alex Velto called you about it? And he wanted to serve?
He had expressed, and other board members that I spoke to said that not everyone was at that board meeting, so no one got to weigh in on who wanted to serve. And so that's where I think everyone should have been at the table and then talking about who wanted to serve.
Oh, okay. I thought you said last meeting that Alex Velto called you and he asked for your motion of support. I thought you relayed that you had a conversation with him.
We had a conversation, but
Okay.
he said, the reason I want to serve is we were not all at the table.
Oh, okay. Well, I talked to Miss Villanueva because I was confused about that, and she's my appointment. And she told me that both Mr. Velto and one other member declined because they had other things going on. And
No,
so
that's
she
not
said,
what he told
sure,
me.
I'll do it.
So-
And that's why that came as the reference of the Planning Commission. Yeah, I'm not going to support that. I've been, involved in regional planning since 1998, and the council has always gone with who the Planning Commission wants, but it's certainly within our rights to not do that. But I also do have a problem. I didn't know at the time that Mr. Velto was a law partner or a coworker in the same firm as Mr. Reese. I also didn't know that he has business with the city. So I am not comfortable with his continued service on city boards. Maybe it's not an ethical problem, maybe there's no conflict of interest, but they do obviously have a financial interest together. And I think with the Planning Commission having so much authority, that does pose questions to me. So I won't support Mr. Velto. But I did want to understand what your record of your conversation was with Mr. Velto, because I heard a different story. Thank you.
He didn't express that he didn't have time. He said that there were a few commissioners that weren't present when they had the conversation.
Okay, that's fine.
So thank you so much. Ms.
I didn't watch the tape, so I take your word. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you so much.
Are we just voting on the one person, or
Yeah,
can I
just one.
suggest who I?
We're just,
Okay.
no, we made the motion. So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, I don't know. We only have
Okay,
three.
Mr. Clerk. Oh, sorry. Councilwoman Taylor, I didn't hear you. We need to get you on the record if you're there. I don't even know if
Yes, I
she's
voted
there.
yes.
Okay. Are you yes, yay or nay?
Yes, I
Okay.
voted yes.
All right, thank you so much. All right, motion carries. Back to you, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, we're moving on to item H1.
Okay, any updates and announcements from council members?
There was one.
Was it horses? Was it fencing? Was
It actually might have
was
been
the
horses.
light?
Which light?
You're doing a lot of good work
Thank you.
in Double Diamond.
Yeah,
I'm noticing you're getting the lights, the fencing, all of that stuff. It's
Oh,
good.
I know what it was. So, we are considering a stormwater ordinance here at the council, and I just wanted to say, I've received about probably 100 letters now, with the majority coming from Damani Ranch. And so they're concerned about the fact that their belief is that they're already paying for a service, stormwater management, and they shouldn't have to pay twice. So to unravel this issue, I just wanted to let the council know that I'm meeting with representatives of Damani Ranch on the technical side to really understand what is being done there. And, okay, to try to unravel this issue with the people that set up the drainage district, the actual technical people, to understand what's covered and what's not covered, because we certainly don't want to charge people twice for the same service, but at the same time, if it's a different thing that we're going to be doing than what they're doing, we need to know that too. So I just wanted, I don't know if other members of the council have received these letters, or, so I just wanted to let you all know. It's more in the way of a council comment than a board update.
All right, thank you so much. Any further updates? Seeing that there are none. Mr. Clerk.
Okay, ready to move on to closing public comment, item J1. For the record, we have 5 comments, which were general in nature, not directly associated with an agenda item received after 4 p.m. on February 7th. These comments were written correspondence received via our Reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on the Reno.gov meeting portal. They represented 3 in favor, 1 in opposition, and 1 concerned. And in addition, we have 1 voicemail to play.
Madam Mayor, after we hear the voicemail, I have one more update.
Perfect.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Kathy Lester. I can't attend it for the meeting today. I would like to read the message. Senior Centers, Reno, Everett Mountain, and Paradise Park. We all come in, pay $2.50. It's okay for low-income people. They get so many percentage of the senior pass, but above the income, we don't get anything for nothing. Every time you go there, we have to pay $2.50. That's if you buy the pass. 10 pass, you get 2 pass free. We don't get no food bank. We don't get all the things. And we are having a hard time to living because we want to live in own home. So all these people have to pay. They stop coming in the senior center, which is we don't get to see each other any longer. So please, think about it before you do anything. Bob senior citizens in Washoe County do not get any help from no one. We don't mind to go in there, but we hate to spend the $2.50 for each individual sessions we are taking it. So I appreciate it very much if you can make all the senior center for free, or all the senior centers is only around the pass, so we can go there anytime we want to play the game. I thank you if you give us a help. That's all I ask. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That concludes our closing public comment.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask
Thank you.
Councilwoman Dewar to weigh in on her
One more
other
thing.
comments.
You jogged my memory, Madam Mayor. I guess it was just last week. I participated in a public media presentation, which was very well attended. It was on the Virginia Range horses. And the good news is that in the 4 years that they've been doing their birth control program, the full birth has dropped over 60%. And the horses on Virginia Range have gone from 4,000 to about 3,100 in 4 years. They've reduced the population. So we have worked on the action items, management items, fencing, better permit conditions, how to create a path for horses and other wildlife to go, watering areas, fencing, but they at the same time have been working on reducing the population. So I think it's very much worth noting, and I was going to ask our Assistant City Manager, Jackie Bryant, in our next public workshop on this topic to have the presentation from Wild Horse Connection, and I also believe that Tracy Wilson, who gave the presentation, sent us all a letter about it and the great results that they're seeing. But I just wanted to publicly acknowledge that things are changing on the range. So, okay, thanks.
Much. Okay, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Ebert. Go ahead. You get the right to final motion.
Motion to adjourn the meeting?
There you go. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed. Motion carries. Good job. Thanks, everyone.